Hello and welcome to the Somerville College contribution to the Oxford University wide open days for today and tomorrow. Apologies, we're running a little late, technical issue, but all working now. And I should first introduce myself. I'm Steve Rayner. I'm the senior tutor and tutor for admissions here at Somerville. My background is in physics, but my job is to oversee our outreach program and the admissions process at Somerville. And I'm at your disposal for the next now 25 minutes to answer questions on the admissions process. If you want to know something that's very subject specific, I might need to suggest that you consult a department or one of our tutors, but matters relating to an overview, then by all means, send them to me. And because this is about you, I will go straight to the questions that are coming in. And the first question I have is, what makes Somerville different from other colleges? And I should confess immediately that all colleges, are distinctive and individual. So, we're not unique in being unique, so to speak, but we are unique. We were founded in 1879, which time it was a revolutionary concept to actually educate women. And that was the reason for our foundation. We admitted, our first students in 1879, the same year that LMH was founded, that admitted their first students. The only difference was that we also relaxed the religious requirements in our, sort of students. So we have this heritage of, sort of new thinking, innovation, sort of being open and opening up Oxford, to students that previously, didn't have access here. We are situated close to the centre of town, but slightly to the north, right next to the Maths Institute and right next to where the Humanities building is going to be. And it's sort of a blob of green, which you would not realize was here. We've got the massive open quad in the middle of our closed grounds. When the college was originally founded, of course, the Victorians felt that the women needed protecting from the outside world. So the college has really extensive grounds, which are sort of originally walled in to protect the students, but now we really benefit from this sort of oasis of green open space right next to the majority of departments, and it's going to be closer still to the majority of departments in future. But we've got that. What's probably more important is that we have that culture and ethos of being open and inclusive and welcoming and friendly. And I could go on, but there are questions coming in. How is the general support environment for autistic students? That sort of is really a significant part of our inclusive and welcoming and open culture. We have a dedicated welfare officer, a lady called Jo Ockwell, and we work closely with the university's disability advisory service. And whilst autism is arguably not a disability, merely a difference, it nonetheless falls within the area of expertise that sits within the disability advisory service to assess what adjustments and approaches will be most effective and most helpful to allow autistic students to thrive. We have I believe, a strong record of being a congenial environment that autistic students do succeed and flourish in. How would you recommend choosing a course? I think that's a really important question. I think and I say this pretty much every time I give talks or meet people, that choosing the course is the most important decision in relation to university applications that a prospective applicant makes. The course is really much more important than the choice of institution or physical location, etc. And the good news is that that the course that you should be studying is the course that you most want to study. It's not often in life that what you want to do and what you ought to do automatically coincide. It's not necessarily the same with snacks and nice things to eat but not necessarily good for you, or other aspects of life, but here I think finding a course that will sustain your interest and enthusiasm over 3, 4, even 6 years or more, depending on which course you're thinking of, is the most important aspect. The vast majority of graduate jobs, if you're thinking of the practicalities of the situation, are open to graduates in any discipline, and you can learn the fundamental universal skills of developing your ability to learn, developing your ability to manage your time, to meet deadlines. All these things will be make employers deliriously happy to employ you, regardless of whether you learned how to do that in the context of doing a history degree or a chemistry degree or anything else. So really focus on what you want to study for 3 years, and don't I would argue fixate on people telling you, well-meaning and supportive people, parents, teachers, they all want the best for you. Ultimately, though, you have to live with your decision. It has to be your decision. If they say, well, what can you do with an English degree? You can tell them, well, almost anything. As I say, that 70%, something like that, of the graduate entry job market is open to graduates of any discipline. It matters more that you get a good degree, which you're more likely to do if you're enjoying your studies, if you're finding it interesting, than that you get a degree in a specific subject. Obviously, if you want to do a particular job, you may have to get a degree in a particular subject, but hopefully that means that actually studying that subject, will be what you want to do. I should say, incidentally, you do not have to study law to become a lawyer. A significant number of people in the profession did not study that as a degree. So, even if you think that's your ultimate career path, it's not the same thing to study it for 3 years, and you can actually study philosophy or whatever in the meantime. Sorry, I have to be quick because the questions are really coming in. Which courses do we offer related to history? Well, that's something you can look up online in the prospectus. We do history itself and a number of joint courses with history. The quickest thing to say is that the one combination with history that we don't offer is history and politics. The admissions criteria in each case are, as far as A-level grades are concerned, 3 A's. anything else is also available in the prospectus. Next, we have I want to do postdoctoral research in Somerville. What are the funding opportunities for a postdoc fellowship? Okay, this is an undergraduate open day, so I think you're looking very far ahead if you've yet to apply for an undergraduate degree. So I think the first thing to do is to choose an undergraduate degree that you really want to study, and then hopefully you'll get a really good sort of degree in that, and then you'll need to find your way through to a PhD, which in some cases, if you're doing sciences, can be done immediately after one of our integrated undergraduate master's degrees. And in some humanities subjects, you may need to do a master's degree first and then move on to a DPhil, and then sort of come back on a graduate open day or something like that to ask about postdoc funding. Will not having GCSEs count against my application? If you mean will not having sat GCSEs because in your year nobody did, because of the pandemic, clearly not, because nobody did, and we're not going to go without sort of admitting people for a year. In fact, every year we admit people from around the globe who were never going to sit GCSEs because there is no equivalent in their country. We will look at whatever grades were awarded, but we are very conscious that they were awarded on a rather different basis to normal. And it is likely, but individual subjects, will probably have, potentially different approaches. It may well be that we'll need to think rather carefully. We will think very carefully about GCSEs from a cohort, whose grades were based on centre assessed grades, and how we address that. But it won't disadvantage your whole year. What do you look for in a candidate for medical school? That, I think, is very much a question for our medics. The criteria are listed on the university website. They are very clear that shortlisting is based mainly on BMAT performance and GCSE scores. But whether that is going to be adjusted in some way, given the different GCSE, sort of evaluation process, is, sort of at this stage, I think not necessarily fully understood. And I believe there's going to be a live stream session at midday with our medical tutor, so you may want to come back and ask Helen Ashdown. Dr. Ashdown will be able to maybe answer that rather better than I have. Is there any subject that Somerville is particularly known for? I think I have to say here that as a general point, no college is significantly better for any particular subject than any other college. I think we do really, we've got some really fantastic fellows, in a number of subjects. And then I think, but no, we've got really fantastic fellows in this subject and this subject and this subject. And it turns out that that's pretty much all the subjects. And then I'm pretty sure that every other college thinks that they've got fantastic fellows, because basically all of us have. I don't think there's really a strong, sort of reason to see any college as, the place, to study a particular subject. I should point out that, all the lectures, are, delivered through the department, so they'll be the same whichever college you're at, and beyond, sort of first year when you're studying specialist papers. In a lot of cases, tutorials will be either given through collegiate classes. So once again, you'd have the same person regardless of which college you're a member of, or tutorial arrangements are made with a specialist in the particular subject, which means that if the Somerville fellow is the expert in that particular topic, you'd have tutorials with them, as would students at another college. But if you need to be taught by an expert at another college, we'll make that arrangement, and you'd still get absolutely top class tuition, once again, whichever college you're a member of. Considering that Somerville was historically a women's college, how is the experience studying classics at Somerville different than other colleges? Well, we went mixed in 1994. And our classics fellow is currently male. So I don't think the classics experience is specifically gendered. We're open equally to all genders, and I think as for whether the classics experience here is being taught here is different to other places, that I fear is a question for our classics fellows. We've got a fellow in classics itself, a fellow in ancient history, a fellow in classical archaeology, and a fellow in ancient philosophy, all of which are components of the Oxford Classics degree, which is an extremely sort of broad, sort of multidisciplinary, sort of degree based around the classical world, but taking in literature, philosophy, history, historiography. It's extremely broad, and we actually have a very strong cohort of tutors to cover that full range. Where are we? What is IBDP equivalent to AAA? I'm presuming that's the International Baccalaureate Diploma Program, but I could be wrong. Each course will have its own IB offer, which you can look up in the prospectus. There are sometimes different IB requirements that translate to the rather coarser 3A's designation. So do look up the requirement for your specific course. Next question, is the admissions process for Somerville the same as any other colleges, i.e. are you strict or less strict with the personal statement / grades, etc.? Excellent question. It's really important to say that all the colleges at Oxford conform to what we call the common framework for admissions. This means we have all signed up to apply universal criteria for each of the courses, so that it does not matter which college you express a preference for, which college you are assigned to for consideration. The same criteria will be applied, and so we don't have a local obsession with personal statements or an idiosyncratic focus on GCSEs or admissions tests. All of the courses have a collaborative approach to admissions that involve the selectors in individual colleges cooperating with each other to ensure that across the whole university-wide applicant pool. The most suitable candidates, are selected, and between us, we don't miss out, on talent, which is the risk we would face, if individual colleges, sort of did their own thing. And that does mean that sometimes, quite often, in fact, people get shifted between colleges to make the numbers match up. Don't worry, if you end up getting an offer from a college that's different to the one, sort of you applied to, because they're all excellent. Of course, we all believe our own college to be the best. Obviously, I believe everyone else is slightly mistaken and that we are the best. But it is absolutely the case that there are no bad colleges, and our experience is that once students are, members of whatever college they become a member of, they end up being a strong and fierce loyalist towards that college. And if they apply to another one, they feel that they dodged a bullet in actually finding their way to, their genuine spiritual home. Will the college look at prizes won in essay competitions more favourably than if no prizes were won at all? I think if you've won a prize in an essay competition, for goodness sake, do tell us. Sort of put it in the personal statement. See if you can, get it into the school reference. It's got to be a positive. I'm conscious, though, that there's not necessarily an equal level of opportunity for people to be awarded, prizes. You may not have, had the opportunity to even enter a competition. So we have to, sort of bear that in mind in our consideration. But if you've got an achievement that's relevant to the course you're applying to, and if you won an essay competition, that means you can write, in some sense, and that will be relevant to a whole range of courses, then it's a good thing. It's a good thing to say. But then again, if you've not had a chance to enter an essay competition, don't think, well, all is lost. We are only taking people, who can boast about their prize winning, sort of outcomes. To be brutally honest, if you entered a competition, and you didn't win anything, you might. I mean, one of your options is not to mention that you entered it. I'm not quite sure whether saying, I entered this competition but I didn't win, I think that's probably still a plus, because it shows intent, it shows active engagement, and that is an indicator of sort of an active learner, and that's another thing that means someone's more likely to be successful. I'm conscious we're running out of time, so I should move on. Will we ever have the opportunity to be tutored by fellows of All Souls College? I don't think that's out of the question. Actually, some of them are old Somervillians, and it may be arranged, but I can't say for sure. You shouldn't bank on it. Do we accept Scottish hires and advanced hires? Yes, that's all part of the standard framework. The standard offers are outlined in the prospectus online for each course. Is the accommodation facility available for international students as well? Absolutely, yes. We are fortunate that we are able to guarantee accommodation for the duration of our undergraduate courses. That applies equally to UK-based students and to international students. So we're reaching the end of our time. I hope that's been helpful to you. There are opportunities to ask questions by text and Q&A via Slido throughout the day. And I'll be answering questions on Slido on the academic life question and answer, sort of section for the rest of today and all of tomorrow. So if I didn't get round to your question, apologies. Time has beaten us. But I'm going to be at the keyboard for much of today and much of tomorrow. So please do keep those questions coming in, and I'll do my best to answer them. But you can also ask subject-related questions to a variety of our tutors. Do have a look at the program online, but I think I should probably sign off for now. Thank you very much for your interest. I hope you find the information you're looking for over the next couple of days, and best wishes with your applications. Somerville, Campus Code U, yeah, all colleges good. Some colleges are even better. Good luck. Cheers. Ta-da.
Okay, so hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Renaud Lambiotte, and I'm a fellow in applied mathematics here in Somerville College. I'm also a professor in the Math Institute, which is located just in front of the road, something like 200 meters away. And I'm here to answer any question that you may have about studying math in Oxford and specifically applying to do your studies in Somerville College. So I have a first question here. What makes Somerville a good college to study math? Well, first of all, I think that Somerville is a wonderful place to be because it's a very welcoming and inclusive college, and that comes from the tradition that started at its creation. So initially, or originally, Somerville was a college for women, and it's been like that for about a century before it opened up to men, and now it's a college where you have like a mix of male and female students. But more specifically about math, so well, first of all, it's important to remember that Somerville is named after a mathematician. Mary Somerville was a famous mathematician from the 19th century, and clearly math has been like a very important topic since the creation of the college itself. Now we take a fairly large amount of students each year, more than 10 in math or all of the math related courses. And that comes from this tradition, first of all, but also from the fact that, well, we have like 2 fellows in math, 1 in statistics, and we are located just next to the Math Institute, which is a very, very handy location, keeping in mind that when you're in your first year, a prelim student, part of your courses are going to be taking place in the building of mathematics, and that's where the lectures take place in the mornings usually, while the tutorials and also where you live would be actually inside the college. And so it's also something that is very practical to have this physical proximity. Now, there's a second question about how math tutors are there. How many math tutors and what do they specialize in? What are the examples of mathematical research that goes on at the college? So, okay, so as I just said now, so I'm the fellow in applied math. There's a fellow in pure math, 1 in statistics, and we also have like someone like giving the tutorials in computer science. Now, in terms of our specialty, so it's important to know that most of the college teaching takes place in the first 2 years. And that's a time when the students are not yet fully in contact with proper research. The research really appears later on in the 3rd and 4th year. But nonetheless, we keep very good connections with our students afterwards. And so in terms of research, I prefer not to say about what Dan is the fellow in pure math is doing, because I'm sure that I wouldn't be like doing a very good job at that, and I would give a very naive representation of his own research. And I invite you to go on the website of the college to investigate what kind of research he's doing. So I prefer to talk about me, because I know me better than I know him. And personally, so I have a background in physics. Now I've been drifting away towards applied mathematics, and my research mostly focuses somehow the interface between dynamical systems, networks, and data mining. So I'm interested in trying to design tools and methods that extract information from very large graphs. And you can think of the brain, you can think of Facebook, you can think of the web, for instance, and also try to understand how the shape of this graph affects the way the system is functioning. And the functioning is typically associated to some dynamics that takes place on the graph. Okay, so how many students are admitted per year? So here, especially in the first year, so there are many courses that are in common between pure math, math and computer science, math and statistics. So there is a bit of flexibility in the exact balance between these different options. But typically we take about 12 students each year. So that would be roughly the number that we take, like it's an average over the last years. I think that typically we have like 6 that are just doing like math, single honors. And then I think 3 or 4 that would be doing computer science, and the rest would be actually doing some sort of joint or not joint courses. So question 4. So what strength do you look for in a student applying for math and computer science? And how are the interviews split between the subjects? Okay, so, well, clearly, what we look for is potential. Well, we look for talent, we look for potential, and also for motivation. And so, clearly, when you apply, well, the first step is going to be this MAT test, which is like a written test. And this is a test that in itself also looks for the capacities that the students have, but also part of it is associated to their education, what they've been learning along the way. And this first test is usually used as a way to do a first filter somehow of the students. But the interviews are quite important because they allow us to go beyond simply what the students have been learning at school and really to see how they can adapt and learn from discussions with the tutors. So, and I think that the reason for this format is, there are many of them. So the first one is that in the first years, the tutorials are quite important, and during the tutorials, actually, these are like some sort of like interactions in small groups, typically one tutor and 2 or 3 students who meet once a week, typically once a week for applied math, once a week for pure math, and so on. And really, it's very important to have this possibility to have these interactions and to have the fact that the students understand and rapidly integrate some new knowledge. And so, and also, the second reason for the interviews is that we want to go beyond what the student might have simply learned at school, and to see how they can really integrate some new ideas and formulate some new hypotheses based on them. And so, typically for the interviews are quite short. So there are typically at least 2 interviews in the first college, the college of the first choice, 1 interview in the college of the second choice. And during the interviews, well, each year, well, we look for questions that are, well, fun and challenging. So we try to find questions that we believe that these are things that would not have been seen, at least directly at school. And it's more a matter of explaining a problem for a few minutes and then see how the students can make some progress following the hints that we give. And I think that's also something that is important to remember. So if you are selected for an interview, if you participate in one, well, it's very, very important to ask questions, because clearly asking questions is one of the main qualities that a student may have. It shows its curiosity. It shows that he's asking questions. Maybe he doesn't have the answer, but he's asking the questions. And so during the interviews, especially because they are short, we really encourage the students to think, obviously, but also to interact with us. If they need a small hint, there's nothing bad in getting some help, as long as the student shows his potential to integrate those hints and new ideas, and to progress into what is usually some open-ended and challenging question. Okay, so would you say that it's possible to change courses from math to physics at Oxford University if we later pick up interest in the physical applied math? So this is a question. It's a good one. I think. So I prefer not to give a definite answer, because because for that you should contact the admissions, and they would clearly be much better than I would be to provide an answer. The things that indeed there is a significant overlap between the studies in math and physics, and I'm an example. I studied physics, and yet I became a professor in math, and the 2 disciplines have been sisters for a very, very long time. Now, the things that clearly, when you study physics, there are certain courses that are typical for physics, including the labs. There is no lab in math. The labs are quite important in physics. So it means that certain modules will not have been seen in the first year in math. So I think I remember the case of one student who applied, but I'm not fully sure. So I would recommend you to. So I think it's possible, but I would recommend you to contact the admissions just to make sure, and also to investigate what would be the conditions. So the thing that also something that is somehow related is the fact that in Oxford, so well, we give a lot of independence and responsibility to the students. And what I mean is that there are not so many hours of lectures and tutorials. I think that typically the lectures are in the morning during the week, and the tutorials are maybe let's say like 4 or 5 hours a week in the afternoons, which means that there is a lot of free time in the afternoons where the students are actually invited to work on problem sheets and to prepare themselves ahead of the tutorials. And it means that we have a system here where we give freedom and independence to students, but at the same time we also have like a very strong interactions with them and close interactions with them, because the tutorials involve very small groups. So there's a combination of like independence, and yet we follow on a weekly basis and with very personal interactions the way the progress is done, and maybe identifying some weaknesses that the students have. So that's why I think that like going back to the questions of going to physics, if it is indeed possible, it might include like some personal work in order to basically to catch up on some material that might not have been seen by in the first year in math. But please investigate and ask to someone from the admissions. Okay, so question 6. So what are the intersections between the maths and the philosophy courses? Well, okay, so clearly, well, math and philosophy have a very long tradition to interact with each other, and those are well, just like, and are clearly certain courses in math that are directly related to philosophy, including logic, for instance. Now, in math, there is an option that is called math and philosophy. So it means that among the different so there is like single honors math, but actually there is one option that is like a joint course that is between mathematics and philosophy. I think that it's not proposed in Somerville this year. Please verify. If it's not, it is proposed in other colleges, and this is actually a course or like a program where you have like this mix of philosophy and mathematics that are basically done together. Now, otherwise, if you do like singular honors math, well, in the first year you wouldn't have courses that would be very philosophical, but afterwards you may have some courses that are related to the history of mathematics, for instance, in a more specialized aspect that come later on, that might actually be of interest if you're interested in questions related to philosophy. Okay, so what do the first year projects look like? So, and let me just take a sip of coffee. So during the first year, so typically during the first year, so the first year is a year where what we try to do, the main objective is really to build the ground on which the later years are going to be the later years are going to be exploiting. So it means that in the first year you don't really have options, and you really have like very classical courses that basically provide you with everything that you need for the later years. So there, like for instance, in applied math, there is a course of calculus, there is a course of geometry, there is a course on Fourier series. So all sorts of things that are very important concepts that will be used afterwards in almost any kind of option that you may think of afterwards. This is really like the core that is needed if you want to study further mathematics. So and that basically means that in the first year, so you don't have options, and there is no project as such. So during the first year, what you're going to be having is more the lectures in the morning, and then every week you have some problem sheets that you need to to solve for the next week, and I, as a tutor, I receive like copies from students every week on the Sunday usually. I mark them, and then on the Tuesdays we meet each other and we try to discuss where would be like the weaknesses or maybe the difficulties that some students may have on certain subtopics. Now, there is actually just one project that is related to programming. That's something that is actually very, very minimal. But then afterwards, starting in the second year and third year, then you start to have more and more projects and actually more and more creative work. And that goes along actually with the possibility that the students have to take more and more options. So in the second year, you still have some courses that are obligatory and the possibility to take a small number of options. But starting the year 3, actually, you really have like a sea of courses that are available. And I just invite you to go on the math website, where you can actually check what are the different courses that are available each year. And you'll see that in the first year, it's a small number, because these are all obligatory ones. In the second year, it starts to be large, but actually, if you go to Part C, and Part C would be the last, fourth year, for those that go into the fourth year, I think that there are like something like 60 or 70 different courses that are available. And on top of that, many courses that would be given in other like departments like statistics or engineering or physics are also courses that, upon the agreement from the academic office, can also be selected as part of valid options. And in terms of projects, well, clearly you will have more and more projects along the way. Well, the main one would be the dissertation that actually some students are working on now, because some of them are finishing them sometime in 3 or 4 weeks. And these are projects that take place over like a matter of months, and are really like some substantial works that the students are working on, exploring the recent literature and doing some research work, even if it's relatively limited in time. It is still some research work, like where you try to understand the literature, the recent research, and to twist it somehow in your own way. But even before, you have more and more courses that would be evaluated by mini projects, for instance. And also there are some possibility to do some internships during the summers, where you would actually be doing some research with like professors, either in Oxford or in other universities. Okay, can you share more about the Math Society at Somerville? So, well, I'm not part of it because I'm not a student, so I can't say exactly what's happening behind closed doors. All I can say is that I've always been very much, impressed by the very nice vibes, if I can say that word. So that exists between the students. So our students tend to form some sort of a family. They are very, very close to each other. They have very good relations. They sometimes work with each other and help each other. So it really means that I think that usually for all of the cohorts that I've seen, there is really like a very collegial like spirit between the students, and this is something that we try to foster as well by making them work together on certain smaller projects, and also making presentations together in order to foster these friendly and supportive relations that the students have with each other. But clearly, on top of math, well, there are all sorts of other societies that the students may be involved in. And so if you're interested in doing some sports, you can do some rowing, you can do some rugby, you can run. So there are all sorts of sports options, cultural options. There is a cine club that is run actually by Steve Rayner, and Steve has a very good movie taste. I don't know if he's listening, but usually I wish I could go to all of the movies that he's presenting. Okay. So it seems, so I just wanted to emphasize that. So there's going to be a math student, Billy, who will be in the Students' Live Q&A at 11:30, and you are very welcome to ask him about this question about the Math Society, but also what it is to be a student in math from the student perspective. And Billy is actually a Part A student, if I'm right. Yeah, so he's in his second year. He's a wonderful student, so don't hesitate to ask him. Okay, so how do I know if math at Oxford is right for me? So It's a good question, actually. So, well, clearly, well, Oxford is a very competitive place to be. So if you want to study math at Oxford, well, you should be a hardworking person. And if you want to be hardworking in math, it's very much important that you like doing math. And I think that this is clearly something that all of our students have in common, is that they are all enjoying mathematics. And that would be the same for me, right? The reason I'm doing the job I do is because I love manipulating mathematical concepts and also explaining them to other people. And so it means that the first prerequisite would clearly be that you like doing it. When you have some mathematical problems, you like reading about it, you like thinking about it. I don't mean to say that you should do only that, because there are many wonderful mathematicians who are also musicians on the side. There's a mathematician that I know who's at the same time like a professional mathematician, and at the same time he's an NFL football player in the US. So you can also doing some sport and yet be excellent in math. So I don't mean to say that you should be only doing excellent in mathematics and nothing else. You can open your horizon, obviously, but nonetheless, math should be a topic that you enjoy doing. You enjoy like doing exercises, practicing, reading about it. That would be clearly, I think, the most important aspect. Now, about Oxford itself, so there are many excellent universities to study mathematics. So I think that we can say that Oxford is one of them, one of these excellent ones, but it's clearly not the only one. And so it means that, well, what is nice about Oxford, I think, is this collegial system where the students are gaining a lot of maturity by the fact that they work and interact very closely with the tutors, and really I've seen the way it leads to tremendous progress, typically in the way the students evolve over the years. But clearly there are also other wonderful places, and so I invite obviously all of you, if you apply to Oxford, also to apply to other very good universities in the UK or in other countries, because the competition, as you know, is quite hard. And so, well, and even if, well, and clearly, well, we need to make choices when selecting the students, and we take the choices by using all of the information we have, and also the way the students perform in interviews. But if a student is excellent and is not offered a place, this happens. Well, please, this is not a catastrophe. There are all other wonderful places where you can learn, and where you're going to be also learning like very, very deeply the secrets of mathematics. And again, like you can just take me as an example. I didn't study in Oxford. I studied in a small university in Brussels, and yet I'm a fellow and a professor now. So it means that clearly what is important is to work, is to be motivated. And so clearly, well, if math at Oxford is right for you, well, if you love math and if you have a smile when you do your exercise, well, please apply. This is clearly a very important quality. Okay, I have decided to take a gap year due to the pandemic. Will this disadvantage my application? Typically not. So the thing is that there are many factors that we factor in. So when we look at an application, clearly we look at the whole curriculum of the students. And so we look at, so there's a letter of motivation that the students send. There is also like the whole like list of marks that they've had, and also like the MAT score and all of these things. But nonetheless, if we observe that a student is maybe 1 year older than he should, we investigate what's happening, what did happen during this gap year. And if you take a gap year, and really, I fully understand that, especially after the last 2 years, this is something that actually I should do. So please, I envy you if you do it. But actually, just explain it. So it means that it's always better that when we do the evaluation, don't have doubts. It's important that when something is like out of the ordinary, you explain the reason why. And so if you take a gap year, please explain your project. And maybe if you take your gap year and you explain what you've been doing during that gap year, and that would be something that would help us to contextualize, basically. Okay, then, do you have any mathematics book recommendations? Well, there are so many books. But there is one that I like very, very much, and it also has the advantage that you can find it freely. No, I'll give you two books that are actually freely available on the internet. So the two can be bought, then you have it like in a proper book format, but otherwise all of the material can be downloaded in PDF. So the first one is a book by someone called Paul Lockhart. And Paul Lockhart was a professional mathematician, like at university, in big university in the US, in Brown, I think. Then he decided to go and teach like young teenagers in the Bronx in New York. And he wrote a book that is called A Mathematician's Lament, where basically which is a very funny book, where it talks about how math should be taught and questioning why it's not taught in a more creative and joyful way. And that's really very funny to read. And then there is another one that is called The Joy of X. It's by Steven Strogatz. And The Joy of X was initially like a series of columns that he published in the New York Times. And each chapter is one of these columns. And you can find all of the material, I think, on his website. And in The Joy of X, so every chapter is about like a question that is fun to think about. And he talks about all sorts of things, synchronization of fireflies, like statistics in the World War, all sorts of things that are really described in a very elegant and very clean way that makes you think. So I would clearly recommend that one. Okay, so then I'm going to take a last question, then I will have to stop, I'm afraid. So do you have any international research academic institutions you currently have links to that allows for international academia opportunities? So, well, yes, clearly all of us have international connections. So the things that clearly Oxford is a very international place. You can actually see it on the website. There is a link where you can see the origin of all of the academic people, and it covers basically the whole world, basically. Now, we clearly participate in research programs. We have research collaborations. So just again, like personally, I work a lot with people in Sweden, in Boston, in Belgium. I'm from Belgium, so it helps. From Switzerland, I think from India. I have a couple of students that I follow from India. I'm actually following a student who's also in South Africa now. So clearly all of us have international connections, either via collaborations or via some conferences where we meet the people. And this basically means that if a student, for instance, is interested in doing some internships abroad, well, we can activate these networks and we can activate the connections we have. And this has happened in the past, and it will continue to happen. We also try to use our connections, our collaborators, also as a way somehow to place students for internships, for instance. Okay, so I'm afraid that it's already 10:29, so I will have to conclude. So I would like to thank you all for being here today and for all of the questions. I hope that my answers were not too vague and that they were satisfying. If you still have questions, I encourage you to come in about an hour to the session that is going to be hosted by Billy, who's going to tell you math from the student's perspective. I also invite you to find all of the information that is available on the website of the Math Institute, but also on the website of Somerville College. And yeah, so thank you very much. I hope that many of you are going to be applying, and I hope to see some of you for the interviews that are going to be taking place in December. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
So, good morning. My name's Christopher Hare. I'm a tutorial fellow in law at Somerville, and I'm associate professor of corporate and commercial law in the law faculty. And so my interests are really anything to do with corporate law and really anything to do with commercial law, particularly money and the concepts surrounding money. So I may not have a lot of it, but I'm interested in other people's, if not else. So that's really what I do here, and I'm really joining today's session to answer any questions that you have. So please feel free to post them, and they'll be sent through to me. We have one question to start with, which I will read out to you, and then I will provide an answer. So the question is, if I've read an extensive list of legal literature, would it be wise for me to focus my personal statement solely on supercurriculars? I suppose the answer to these questions is always it depends. I mean, it's the typical lawyer answer. In a way, your personal statement is really performing two functions. The first function is to show us that you have an interest in legal questions, in legal issues, and therefore the fact that you've read books dealing with introductory legal concepts, the fact that you read maybe some of the Times law reports, the fact that you court visit, all of those kinds of things show us that you have an interest in how law works in society, and you have an interest in how legal concepts develop and are argued about and crystallize over time. So certainly, if you've got something to establish that, to prove that to us, that will be very helpful. So certainly do tell us about things you've read about that you found interesting. So I wouldn't not mention stuff that you've read with a legal content, and instead talk about your grade 8 piano, etc., etc. So I wouldn't completely cut that out. I'd put some of that in. But we also do want to hear about what you do in your spare time, because in a way, university will be quite a significant step up from school, and we need to be convinced that you're able to cope with that step up. And so if you can demonstrate that you have spare capacity in your life, because you're a great pianist, or because you play football for your county, or whatever it is, it shows us that you can achieve at a high level at A level and still have time to do lots of other things. Now, you may not be able to carry on with all of those other things when you come to university, but it means that you have some spare capacity that allows you to deal with the more challenging concepts and the high level work at university. So my advice would be, make sure you cover both any exposure you've had to the law, and also tell us about any extracurricular activities that you engage in. So I hope that's answered the first question. The second question, would you say that there is a benefit to doing a law degree rather than a one-year conversion course in regards to applying for legal jobs? I mean, in terms of, I should really start by saying we don't see ourselves as just about preparing to be lawyers. We approach law as an academic discipline, and our students go off and do lots of different things. They go into finance, they go into accountancy, they go into theatre. So law isn't just about being a lawyer. It's about learning to think in a particular way. But obviously, the vast majority of our students do go off and be barristers or solicitors or go become in-house lawyers. So we're not always focused on what students are doing in terms of becoming lawyers. I would thought from a law firm's perspective, it's obviously going to be better to offer a job to somebody that's had 3 years exposure to law and has had the opportunity to develop the skills, the thinking skills, the critical skills that lawyers need in order to operate successfully, as against a person who's only done 1 year. And what I always find from my exposure to the people who've done the 1-year course is that they always feel that they're lacking something because they've had to cram all of those core subjects into 1 year, and it's a very hard year because they have to cram all those core subjects into 1 year. They always feel as though they're on the back foot. They always feel as though the people they're competing against have had much more opportunity to be exposed to legal concepts, legal ideas, and a broader range of areas as well. So I would have thought that the 3-year course has huge advantages over the conversion course, but I realise that there'll be people who would prefer to do something else, whether it's history or English, rather than spending 3 years at university doing law. So I think it's really horses for courses. But I have to say, if you want to be a lawyer, I think you're still better off doing the 3-year law degree. But that's very much a personal view. Okay, so that's question 2. Question 3. This is a tricky one. What is the best method to create a competitive law application? So I suppose in terms of doing an undergraduate law degree here, you need 3 things, I suppose. You need to be clever, you need to be hardworking, and you need to be able to manage your time. And so anything in your form that demonstrates those skills or ticks that satisfies those criteria is really going to be the kind of things we're looking for. So in terms of whether you have the basic intelligence to be able to cope with the course, I mean, we'll see that through your grades. So obviously we'll pay a lot of attention to your performance. We'll look at what predictions are. So in a way, that's very easy. That's the same. In terms of whether you're hardworking, that will often come through in your references. But again, you can try and demonstrate that in your personal statement by showing us the number of things that you do. I mean, it shows us that you can juggle a number of different demands on your time, and that also goes to the third requirement, the being able to manage your time, to juggle different demands. And the reason that's important is because the way the law degree works is you have 8 weeks in which you do all of contract law and half of a different subject. And during those 8 weeks, you have to attend lectures, you have to write numerous essays, you have to turn up to tutorials, you have to prepare for those tutorials, as well as living your life and having some extracurricular stuff. So the Oxford term, because it's only 8 weeks long, is incredibly intense. And so we need to know that you're able to cope with the intensity of that. So I think demonstrating those 3 things, whether by the fact you've got lots of extracurricular stuff, whether by showing that you've got a passion for the subject, all of those will help give us that picture. And obviously, we also have the opportunity. I mean, one of the advantages of the Oxford system is we have the opportunity to actually meet you guys, and so we get a much better sense of who you are as a person, and we can ask you probing questions, so we can see how far we can push you in terms of your ability to reason, your logic skills, and we can ask you questions about how you manage your time and how you try and structure your day to deal with the competing demands. So the interview also plays a really important part of the process, because we could offer the places many times over to the people, to the paper applicants that we see. So it's really important for us to be able to meet you and decide who it is that really does tick those boxes. So I think if that's probably the best way I could answer that. So question 4. So in regards to interviews and a personal statement, I recommend we show a wide understanding of the law or interest in a specific part of it. We don't expect you to apply to us with a ready understanding of law or in any particular area. I mean, that's the journey that we're going to go on over 3 years. And in the 3 years, you'll work out, well, I'm a family lawyer, or you'll work out, well, I like corporate concepts. So in a way, what the law degree is about you learning who you are as a lawyer and learning really about what interests you. So we're not expecting you to apply to us as an oven-ready lawyer, because there would be no point in me teaching you for 3 years. What we want to see is an interest in legal ideas, legal concepts. So if you can show some kind of appreciation of things that are going on at the moment in the courts, maybe, or legal debates that are happening in society, then that's really what we want to see. We're looking for an interest. We're not at the interview stage looking for a detailed understanding of the law, because we realize that some of you will say do A-level law, some of you may have relatives who are lawyers, whereas others will have absolutely no exposure to the law whatsoever. So for us, an interest in legal questions is far more important than how much law do you actually know. And in fact, when we interview you, in order to try and create a level playing field between those who have some legal exposure and those who don't, we will often talk about legal principles that are applicable in a fictional country. So we'll make up a country and say, if this were the law in this country, what do you think? What do you think of this? So it means that no matter how much or how little law you already know, you'll all be on a level playing field in terms of answering questions in the interview. So I'd stress an interest in law is more important than an actual knowledge or understanding of the law at this particular stage. So I hope that answers question 4. Question 5, I want to become a barrister. I was wondering if doing a law and criminology course or doing both degrees alongside each other was suitable for this job. So I suppose your question is premised on the assumption that what you're going to be is a criminal barrister, and certainly if that's what you want to do, then having some understanding of criminology will be good, because as a barrister you could talk about sort of the causes of offending and the theories underlying how we deal with that offending. But you've got to realise that being a barrister is far wider than just dealing with criminal matters. You have barristers who will specialise in family disputes. You have barristers who will specialise in property disputes. In what seems like a distant life now, I was a barrister that specialised in banking disputes. So I tended to represent high street banks against customers. So being a barrister is much more than just criminal law. So if you want to be a criminal barrister, I think if you can do some criminology as well, then that would be great. But you're making a decision, I think, at a very early stage as to what kind of barrister you want to do, and I'm not sure that's necessarily something that I would encourage you to do. Keep your options open now. Do your law degree and see, and you find by the end of the 3 years that criminal law is not really the thing that interests you as much as you thought it might. That actually you're really passionate about something else. So yes, keep your mind open, I think is probably the answer to question 5. Question 6. Is there any support for pursuing non-law careers? So in terms of support, I suppose one way in which the university does support does support people who are going down that track is obviously we have a career service in the university which will obviously be able to assist with non-legal options. We also, as a college, we also have an event where we try to invite alumni back to the college to speak to current students. So these are former Somervillians who did a law degree, and really we invite them back to talk about their careers and to discuss with students the choices that they've made in terms of choosing a particular career path. Now I can't pretend the vast majority of people who come back to that event will be solicitors or barristers, but we also invite back people who've chosen different career paths. So I have former students who've gone into journalism. I have another student who's gone into theatre design and production. So I have other students who've gone to become maths teachers. So the point is, it goes back to the point I made earlier, which is that we don't see ourselves as just training lawyers. We see ourselves as engaging in law as an academic discipline and really teaching you how to think in a critical and in a logical way. And that ability to think in that way is so important for many different careers. So if you told us at an early stage that you're doing a law degree because law interests you, but you don't necessarily want to be a lawyer, as your personal tutors, we would take steps to make sure that we put you in contact with the right people who could say, well, actually, I did law at Somerville, and this is the choice that I made. So we would see it as part of our role as personal tutors to give you that exposure to other students or other former students who chose non-law related career paths. So I would say yes, and the beauty of the Oxford system is you get to know us very well. I mean, we will see you at least once a week for tutorials. We will have regular contact through emails. We'll have regular meetings to catch up on your progress. So this is precisely the kind of thing that will come out in those conversations, and we would support you in accessing the information that you need. Okay, so I hope that answers question 6. Question 7: how likely are we to get an interview if we have appropriate grades and a strong personal statement? So there's a loaded question. The answer is likely. The thing is, we don't like to make too fine-grained decisions on paper. We prefer to see people if we can. So if you've got the relevant grades at GCSE, and your personal statement strikes us as being the kind of personal statement that we'd like to see from a busy, clever person, then the chances are that you're going to be offered an interview. There are no guarantees, though, but we have an interest in seeing as many people as we can for interview. Therefore, if you look on paper to make the grade, there's no reason why we wouldn't want to see you. So I hope that answers. But as I say, in life there are no guarantees. But one thing that we've developed recently in the law faculty is the college that you apply to is less important in terms of whether you get an interview or not. So we have a mechanism that looks at all of the applications across the colleges to make sure that if somebody has applied to, let's say, that year an oversubscribed college, they will get an interview somewhere if we think that they're good enough to get an interview. So we have safety nets in place to make sure that the people who are meeting the standard on paper are seen by somebody. Okay, so I hope that answers that question. How many spaces does the law faculty offer against how many applicants there are? So I think there are across the colleges. So this is looking at all the colleges collectively. I think there are about 200 places that are normally up for grabs, and I think we're normally talking across the colleges anywhere between 1,000 and 1,500 applicants. So so it's competitive, as you would expect, but if you're good enough and if you've got the grades and you can show an interest in legal questions, and you could argue with us in the interview and hold your own when necessary, but give ground when necessary. If you could engage in a constructive and logical argument, then there's no reason why you're not going to be one who's actually made an offer. But there's no point hiding it. It's a competitive law degree. Lots of people want to do law. So what it requires, I suppose, is a period of critical self-reflection to ask yourself whether you think your UCAS form is sufficiently competitive against what is going to be a strong field. So I hope that answers question 8. Question 9, when applying for law and French law, does Oxford consider language qualifications like DALF C1 French? I don't have the answer to the specific question. That's something that I can check up. I mean, if you want to email Somerville admissions, that's something that I can actually go and find out about. What I would say, though, is if you're applying for law with French law, which, by the way, is a great degree, the way we would primarily test your language skills is you will have an interview in French. So certainly, the way it works at Somerville is you would have 2 law interviews if you're applying for either straight law or law with a language, and then on top of those 2 law interviews, you would have a separate language interview. And whether you get admitted to the French law course depends obviously on how that particular interview works. So I think it's less about specific qualifications in French or in the particular language. We assume that, and more on how that interview goes, how your oral French is when under pressure. But if you follow up with Somerville admissions on that specific question, then I can ask the relevant person in the law faculty about that. But I don't want to mislead you at this stage. Okay, so the person putting that question will follow up with me in the college. Question 10: what percentage of students end up with jobs in law firms or go on to do a PLC? I'd say across the university, so both in Somerville and across the law faculty, I'd say the vast majority of our students probably do go on to do something law related. So I mean, in terms of the percentage, I don't have the data to give you a sort of a correct percentage. If I was going to guess, though, from what I've seen over my sort of 10 years teaching at Somerville, I would say about 85% maybe is what I would guess. But I say that on the understanding that that's purely guesswork on my part, and really is just derived from anecdotal evidence and not any kind of concrete data. But I'd say the vast majority of people, but that shouldn't put you off if you've decided already you don't want to be a lawyer. Law is a great degree to do anyway, even if you want to go on and do something else. Okay, so that's question 10. Question 11, for law and European studies, do you have to show an interest in studying the other legal system as well? How would one do so? So I think the answer to the first part of the question is probably yes. I suppose if you're applying for law with French law, the first thing you're going to be asked is, why do you want to study French law? And I suppose if your response is, well, I actually have no interest in French law, that's probably not going to go down hugely well. So I'd say yes, you don't have to demonstrate that you're going to be committed to that jurisdiction forever, or that you want to work there, but certainly I need to show that you have an interest in that legal system. How would you do so? Well, I mean, let's say you're applying to do French law. I mean, you get hold of a decent French newspaper and you look at what kinds of issues are live at the moment. So for example, at the moment in France is that big trial that's going on about the wife who killed her husband after years of abuse. So there will be some nice legal issues tied up in that particular case. So you could demonstrate your interest by saying, well, I read about this case, for example. So you're not going to have access to the legal databases. So I think showing your interest through reading current affairs, reading a good French newspaper, I think would probably do the trick. Okay, question 12. Is it less competitive to do 3 A levels to enter a law degree? I'm not sure I fully understand the question. I mean, say if the question is law a competitive degree, I'd say it's probably one of the more competitive degrees to get onto. If the got you. Okay, so 3 versus 4. The offer that you made will be on the basis of 3 A levels. So if you are sure that you can star 4 A levels, then stick with 4. But if the issue is whether you could do 3 and get 3 A's, or do 4 and get, let's say, A, B, C, I would say in that circumstance, go for the 3. So what's more important is that you get those A grades in 3 A levels. So it depends is again the answer. But if doing a 4th one is at all going to jeopardize you getting high grades in the other 3, then I would drop the 4th one. But if it's not, then obviously stick with the 4th one. Okay. How is doing law in Somerville different from doing law in other colleges? Well, I'd say that obviously, I mean, it goes without saying that the Somerville law tutors are without doubt the best. So you'll be taught by the very top people. So I'd suggest that. I actually, in reality, it probably doesn't make a huge amount of difference because the lectures happen across the university, and we have teaching arrangements with other colleges. So no college covers all law subjects. So what it means is we often have swap arrangements with other colleges to make sure they're covered. So for example, our civil students go to Exeter to do criminal law because neither myself or my colleague are criminal law specialists. But then I teach the Exeter students for trusts because at Exeter they don't have any trust specialists. So actually, in a way, there's a lot more sharing that goes on between the colleges than may at first be suggested. But I think we have caring tutors here. We have usually a really good cohort of students. We have a great law library college, which means it's only accessed if you're a Somerville student. So I think we support our law students very well. Is it essential to take language for A levels? I take biology, chemistry, maths, and English literature. Could I apply for law at Oxford? Yes. We really don't mind what combination of subjects you do. The scientists tend to have the really strong logic skills that law requires. The art students, the people doing English and history, tend to have the much better writing skills. And effectively, what we often find is that the law degree is about trying to give the scientists more of the writing skills and the artists more of the critical logic skills. So if you're doing chemistry, biology, maths, and English literature, that's actually a really good combination for law because you're ticking both of the boxes if you wish. So that's question 14. So I've got 2 more questions that I'll get through very quickly. Does Oxford look at ELTS grades? I mean, we will obviously look at them, but our offer will be on the basis generally of A levels or IB. So we don't tend to make offers on that basis. And question 16, is Oxford the top university in the world for law? I mean, there are various tables, and I mean, I have to say, I don't put a huge amount of store by them because it depends what factors and what data you're looking at. I mean, what I'd say is Oxford generally does pretty well in those tables. I mean, I think I saw a table recently saying Oxford Law was maybe, I think we were either one, we're usually one or two. We're sometimes beaten by Harvard, we're sometimes beaten by Cornell, but generally we're at the top. So so it fluctuates from year to year, but I'd say you could probably do worse than do law at Oxford. Okay, so I've been told to wrap up because I think my time is up. I hope that's been useful. It's been nice speaking to you, or rather speaking at you, even though I've not been able to see you. And if you have any questions, then feel free to get in contact with Somerville Admissions and they will pass your question on to me. I hope you all enjoy the rest of your day.
everyone, thank you very much for joining and welcome to Medicine at Somerville. Just to introduce myself, my name is Helen Ashdown. I'm a tutor in medicine at Somerville, and in the time I'm not doing that, I also work as an academic GP. So I do some GP at one of the city centre practices in Oxford, and I also do clinical research with the university. So in terms of the way that medicine is set up at Somerville, you may not know, and across the university in general, it's divided into the preclinical course and the clinical course. So the first 3 years is the preclinical and the second 3 years is the clinical. I look after the clinical component, so I'll be the main person for those 3 years of the course, but I work very closely with the preclinical tutors, and we're all involved in the admissions decisions right at the beginning. So we're all involved in the interviews. So I'm very happy to answer questions about anything to do with admissions, to do with the course, yeah, look forward to seeing some questions. So the first question, what is the medicine workload like? Are students given work to do during the holidays? Medicine, there is a lot of workload, but probably more so than other subjects, but I think not necessarily. I think that actually probably with medicine versus other subjects, I think it's more structured. So you have a lot of contact time. So you will have a lot of lecture time, a lot of practicals and seminars, and also tutorials, versus other subjects where there may be less contact time, but more onus on you to do your own work between that. But it undoubtedly is a heavy workload course, and I think nobody would embark on a medicine course without knowing that. So we do expect you to spend the majority of the time that you're here working. The Oxford terms are short, so they're each 8 weeks long, and they are very intense when you're here. It's easy to get behind if you don't keep up with the work, and there's no specific work set during the holidays, but most students use it as an opportunity to consolidate what they've done during those intense 8-week terms. And actually, when you come back after a period of vacation, there's usually an internal college exam called a collection, which is an opportunity to have a formative assessment of the work that you've done before. So most students would spend the vacations revising for those. That's during the first 3 years, which is the preclinical. Then when you progress to the clinical part of the course, after that, you will find that the vacations get a lot shorter, and they become more like kind of normal amounts of annual leave that you would get. So you would find that you wouldn't get you don't get so much time for holiday, and during those times students do actually use them for holiday, and that's important to have some downtime because the course is very intense. Second question, how many tutorials or essays are there weekly? So again, that varies during the different parts of the course. In the first 3 years, it's very tutorial based, and for most tutorials, you'll be asked to submit an essay or answers to problem questions before the tutorial. So that will be your opportunity to learn about that particular topic, answer an essay, and then in the tutorial you will discuss that. So I think in preclinical you're mainly doing 3 subjects at a time, and so there'll be 3 tutorials a week with usually essays for those, but that's tied in to cover the material at the same time as that's to cover the material at the same time as it's going on centrally. And you may know this already, but as with all courses in Oxford, there's the central component of the course, which is taught centrally kind of across the colleges, and then there's the college component. So the tutorials are the college component of that. And I think medicine is quite a centrally taught course where there's a lot of contact time with things centrally, and then the tutorials will complement that. In clinical tutorials, again, varies depending on the course, but there's not any set work for that. That's intended to be a kind of longitudinal progression in history and examination and diagnostic skills across the course, and we tend to up the frequency of those as you're approaching exams at different stages of the course. So it kind of adjusts in keeping with what your needs are at different times in the course. Question 3, is it possible to take the BMAT 1 year early in year 12 as opposed to year 13? The honest answer is I have no idea. medicine admissions is done very centrally. So it's all coordinated by the Central Medicines Admissions Office, and in fact we are blinded as to which college you've applied to. So when we interview you and when we review applications, we have no idea whether you've selected Somerville as your first choice college, or whether you or whether you've put another college, or if you've applied with an open application. So we don't know that, but as a result, things are organised centrally, and that would definitely be a question to ask to the Medicines Admissions Office. If it's not on the website, which has lots of information on it, if it's not listed on the website whether you can do that, then it's completely reasonable to send an email to contact the central people to ask if that's a possibility. Question 4, when do you apply for medicine at Oxford? I heard that you apply a bit earlier than other universities. Yes, so so in fact I think you apply early for medicine across all universities, but I may be making that up. It's in mid-October. I have October the 15th in my head, but don't hold me to that. Check on the website information, and that's the same for all courses at Oxford. Again, so yeah, you need to definitely be getting your act together and thinking about it earlier than some of your peers may be for other subjects and other universities. Question 5, due to corona restrictions, work experience is not possible. Therefore, is virtual work experience sufficient for a competitive application to Oxford? I am so glad that you've asked that question. So something that I always say at open days about work experience in general is that we know that different students from different parts of the UK and the world and have different opportunities available to them. And while one student may be able to get loads of work experience, another student may really struggle. And what we really don't want to do is decide whether to admit you to a place at Oxford based on those opportunities that are available to you. So it's really not about exactly what work experience you do or the quantity of work experience. It's much more about what you get out of that, and really the purpose of it is that so that we know that you've done some stuff that gives you an idea of what you're getting yourself in for, so you know a little bit about medicine as a career and you've got some insight into that, but also that you've done something that demonstrates that you've got some of those people skills which are really important for medicine. So medicine isn't just about the science and the research, it's also about the communication and the ability to interact with other people. And work experience gives us an opportunity for us to see that. So what's really important is in your personal statement, any work experience or volunteering that you've done, really drawing out what you've gained from it and what you've learned and how that follows through to how that's going to influence your decision to do medicine and how that's going to make you a good applicant for medicine, more importantly than a list of having done umpteen different things. Obviously, in-person work experience or volunteering has been much more difficult during COVID, but there has been a lot of virtual work experience available, and I think it's been a really nice, and I really hope that will go on after COVID, because it's a really good opportunity for people who don't have access to in-person opportunities. So there's a few things that I just wanted to mention that I know about that are available. So the Royal College of General Practitioners, the RCGP, are organising a free work experience, and I know that the Brighton and Sussex Medical School also are doing that. But I found a website while I was looking at this beforehand, which I'm hoping that Nuala can link to, which is called theaspiringmedics.co.uk, and I've not come across it before. It looks like it's organised by medical students, so I don't think it's got any commercial links. But it's basically, they describe themselves as a social enterprise with a strong social heartbeat, and it's basically goes through applying for medicine, but it particularly lists all of the virtual work experience opportunities that you can do. which is really worth having a look at, and so that links through to these things. I think some of them may have limited numbers, so it's worth looking at that sooner rather than later, so that you can register for things. But doing those virtual experiences or doing virtual volunteering, so for example, Age UK have telephone support that you can do, looking out for people over the telephone, or online support for people, I think is as valuable as the in-person thing. But as I say, it's not so much the doing it, it's the doing it and reflecting on it as well. So yeah, great question. Thank you for asking that. Question 6, how far is Somerville College from the medical department / campus / facilities? Good question. So well located, really. So we're in Jericho, which is a lovely part of Oxford, and just north of the kind of very central area, but very, very central, and actually closer than the central areas to the to some of the medicine and science sites. So most of the preclinical course is taught at the Medical Sciences Teaching Centre, which is a building specifically built for the medical course, because it's got a lecture theatre big enough and lots of seminar and teaching rooms, and that's on the South Parks Road site, which is about a 10-minute walk or a 4-minute cycle from Somerville, and so Somerville is a great college, for that. Later on in the course, you'll be based up at the hospital, but to be honest, most students at that stage choose to live in private accommodation close to the hospital. So actually, where Somerville is not so relevant to that. But I think Somerville's in a really nice lovely location within Oxford. But then I'm obviously highly biased on that. If you like to run, it's really near to Port Meadow and the University Park, so it's got loads of green space, which is really one of the really nice aspects about it, and is really near the ice cream shop too, which is also good. Question 7, what is Oxford looking for from prospective applicants? Which applicants have a higher chance to gain admission to your medical school? What are we looking for? So we are looking for people who will make excellent doctors. And alongside that, I think we are also looking for people that are really interested in not necessarily in research per se, but that have a highly inquisitive and inquiring mind, and so won't just be the sort of person that says, well, the guideline says that, so I'm going to do that, but actually asks questions beyond the guidance, and is sort of able to say, well, the guidance says this, but actually there's this new paper that says this, and I'm going to integrate all of these different things and do this as a result. So almost, very good at integrating information and has a very academic, inquiring mind. I think people who graduate from the Oxford course do go into research more, so I think it's an excellent course to apply for if you'd like to combine clinical work with research. But we are looking for people who are excellent scientists, but also excellent communicators. So have that real, this is why medicine is so great. And if you have the skills to do medicine, where you're academically good and you're a great thinker, but you can also have those people skills and the empathy and the compassion and the good communication, then medicine is really a career for you. That said, if you feel that you're less strong on something, there is a lot of teaching to work and really hone those skills. But those are the kind of really fundamental things that we're looking for at the interview. The applicants that have a higher chance of gaining admission, I really do believe that we only look at those things. A lot of time and effort goes into the admissions process to make sure that it's as fair as possible. And the only thing that I care about in a potential applicant is their ability to be an excellent doctor at the end of the day. We do, in the interviews, we do look for people who are going to do well in the Oxford tutorial system, which I think relates to that. So the interviews are based around almost kind of the similar problems to what we would be discussing in a tutorial. So if you're somebody that's going to thrive in that environment, and actually that kind of one-on-one teaching, if you're going to going to enjoy that, and that's going to be a really good way for you to learn, then that's also what we're looking for. If as well is your sort of ability to do well in the Oxford tutorial system. But that kind of goes along with that. Question 8: what factors make a good medicine personal statement? What reasoning do you look for when asking an applicant why they want to study medicine? I've heard wanting to help people / science as seen as too generic. The thing about the personal statement is that the procedure for applying to Oxford is very based from Oxford Medicine. As I say, it's very centralised. It's based on an algorithm based on your BMAT score and how you've done in your GCSEs, and that's a contextualised GCSE score based on various factors to do with your school and how well you've done compared to what you'd expect for your school and things like that. And then that determines who will then be invited for interview. And then there's a process of kind of looking through and seeing actually the people that have kind of scored below that. Is there a reason why you've done less well than we would expect, for example? So any mitigating circumstances, so if something's happened to you which means that you've not done as well in your GCSEs as we would expect, or something like that. So the personal statement is a place to say that, and even more so your references are a place to say that. So definitely, if there is something that might have affected your results, make sure that your referees state that clearly. So we don't, other than looking to see if there are any kind of mitigating circumstances, we don't really look at the personal statement until you're at the interview stage. And to be honest, at that stage, most people are on a level playing field. So I would say that your personal statement is actually more important for other places where you apply than it is for Oxford. What we then do before you come in for interview, we will have a read of the personal statement and look in general. So the things that we look for is, have you done, for example, is there evidence that you've taken a project or done something involving kind of independent learning? So lots of people have done sort of extended projects as part of their A levels, and talking about that. And in Somerville, we have a sort of preclinical, very science-based interview, and then we have a more clinical science and communication-based interview, which is the one that I run. In the science-based interview, they will often pick up on one of the science things that you've done and ask you more in detail questions about one of those things in your personal statement. In the clinical interview, I will look and see what work experience you've done, what you've said about why you want to do medicine. But the truth is, people do want to do it because they want to help people, because they're interested in people and they love the science. They love the science problem solving, and they like people. And I think that's totally fine to say that. But looking at lots of personal statements, they're all pretty similar, and we don't grade people on the personal statements. It's more that it's a jumping off platform for the interview. So I'm more likely to glance down and say, oh, they've done work experience in that, or to ask a general question about your work experience and how that ties in with your with something like the GMC duties of a doctor, or what you've learned from it, or to give an example of something that you've done in your work experience that you found particularly valuable. So it's much more that than assessing your personal statement. So there's absolutely no kind of scoring of your personal statement. And when I'm talking about this, I'm talking about the A100 undergraduate medicine course. That's not true for the graduate medicine course, where there is a scoring of your personal statement. But for the undergraduate course, there's no scoring of the personal statement. And so it's more, as I said about work experience before, saying what you've done, but particularly what you've learned from it, and those sort of softer skills, and trying to mention a combination of the sort of the clinical side and the people side, as well as the scientific things that you've particularly enjoyed. Question 9, a few questions on interviews. How do virtual interviews take place. I'm going to work through these in turn, but how do virtual interviews take place? So it's just been confirmed that we will be doing all our interviews online again this coming year. And every college does it slightly differently. So for medicine, the way it works is that you'll have an interview, or you'll have interviews at 2 colleges. So that will usually be your first choice college and then a randomly selected second college. But as I said before, we don't know that, and we deliberately ask you not to say that not to tell us at interview whether you've applied to us, because it means that the kind of ranking processes and things don't work if we know whether you've selected us or not. And they will probably run in a similar way to how they ran last year, although that's yet to be confirmed. And we did that via Teams, where we kept our structure of having 2 interviews with 2 clinical interviewers and 2 science interviewers, and you had a specific Teams call for you that you joined. You were met by a student helper, then you had your clinical interview and then you had some pre-reading material, which I always like to do, because it gives a chance to bring everybody up to the same level. So it means that even if we're talking about something that we think you probably will have covered in your A-level studies or GCSE studies or whatever, we want to make sure that everybody has the same amount of information, because we're not testing knowledge of things, we're testing how you think and how you learn, if that makes sense. And then after that, we disappear after 20 minutes, and then the science interviews come on and do their interview straight afterwards. And then usually your interview with your other college will be on another day. So that's how the virtual interviews take place, and it went very successfully last year, actually, and I think so I suspect we will end up running it in a similar way this year. Do interviews take place in the college that you applied for? Well, I don't know if that's a sort of in the future when we go back to if we go back to in-person things. They used to occasionally, if there's a very oversubscribed college for medicine, then sometimes they will redistribute some of those applications to another college. So it's possible that you might not get an interview at your first choice college, but that's unusual. It's more usually you will get one interview at your first choice college and then another interview at another college. And usually they would take place on the college site, but as I say, this while it's virtual, they will take place virtually, and every interview, so every candidate at some point the interviewers are made up of a combination of preclinical scientists and researchers who teach on the preclinical part of the course and are very senior researchers in what they do, but aren't clinical doctors. And then there will also everybody is interviewed by a clinical doctor at some point, because that's a GMC requirement, because in medicine we're not, actually this is the big hurdle for you guys. It's getting onto a place in medicine. Once you're on the course, we actually, it's unusual for people to fail things and not continue, not continue through the course. And actually, if all goes to plan, you pop out the other end in 6 years' time as a doctor and then go into a foundation programme. And so we're not just interviewing you for a place at university studying medicine, we're also interviewing you for a job in the NHS. And so that's why it's really important that we assess those skills of, are you going to be somebody that's going to be a good doctor in the NHS. What are you looking for in interviews? What most impresses you during an interview? As I say, in interviews, we're looking for how you learn and how you think and how you problem solve it. And the questions are deliberately challenging to see how you work things out. And so there'll often be a bit of two-way banter and a sort of, oh, but you said that if this happens, and how then does it fit that this happens? And then the student will say, oh yeah, you're right, actually. Well, and sort of your ability to change your opinion based on feedback and how that kind of two-way learning process works. So it's really how you respond to that, but also, I suppose, how quickly you work things out, and whether you're somebody that's going to have that kind of quick thinking, a kind of logical thinking ability to work things out. And we often do a role play, test communication skills. So I'll take the role of the patient and ask you to be the doctor. And so we're also testing those sort of doctor skills as well, the communication side of things. We're aware that you're going to be really nervous, and particularly if it's your first interview. And we take that, we absolutely take that into account. It is often it will be the first time you've ever had an interview like this. So we don't go on how confident, and we know as well that some students will have had a lot of preparation from their school, but some students will have had very little or no preparation. And again, either way is fine, and you can really tell the students that have been really polished and prepped, and they can come across very confident, and obviously that's great, but it's also fine if you're coming across nervous, and it takes a bit longer to get things out of you. So don't worry. I mean, it's not on virtually, obviously you're not meeting the other students, but it's really important not to get put off if you do meet any other students that are applying for medicine, because everybody comes across slightly differently and will have had different levels of preparation, and it shouldn't have an impact. That said, if you do have the opportunity for practice, it will increase your confidence if you can have a go at having some interview practice and get used to answering those questions. So particularly things that come up at the common ethics areas, so things about consent and confidentiality, duty of care, where things like if somebody somebody isn't able to consent, the sort of main issues of ethics. And I'd recommend you have a look at the GMC Good Medical Practice for that, and just see what the guidance is for doctors about the sort of ethical pillars and how we should practice. I really don't think it's worth spending lots and lots of money on courses. I really, great if that's going to increase your confidence, but I really don't think it's essential. So if it's not something, really, we have absolutely no expectation that people will have spent lots of time preparing. We're interested in you, and we really want you to be yourself, because actually if you're pretending to be somebody that you're not, you don't want to have to then be pretending to be that person for the entire course of your degree. So we'd much rather you be yourself, and that we get to know you as a person and what you're like, because it's kind of a two-way relationship, and we're going to get to know, at the end of the course, I become firm friends with the majority of students and stay in touch with them, and lots of them know my children really well, and they become long-term friends, and it is a long-term relationship, and so you need to know that you're going to get on with us as well. So it's not just about whether we want you, it's about whether you want us. And that's, just while I remember at this stage, I would say that just getting to interview is, medicine is phenomenally competitive, and just getting to the interview stage, you've done incredibly well. And even if we don't offer you a place, that's not to say that you're not going to be a great doctor. Lots and lots of people that we aren't able to offer a place to will become fantastic doctors, and will have an amazing time at other universities. It's just that we are more competitive here, and it's worth thinking as well whether Oxford is the right course for you, because we do have this split into preclinical and clinical. I really like that way of doing it, where you learn the science first and don't have very much clinical, but actually other courses tend to be a little bit more integrated, and it may be that you prefer that approach. So think seriously about the way that you'd like to learn when you're applying for things. Which brings me nicely on to question 11, which is how much patient contact or practical work is there in the preclinical years? In all honesty, very little. So you have something called the Patient Doctor 1 course, where you have a bit of contact with GPs and meeting patients, but it's a small amount of the course, and it's basically to sort of remind you why you're here and practice a bit of communication and talking to patients, but it's not a large component of the course. But then when you start clinical in 4th year, that's then pretty much all patient contact, and you'll spend a lot of time doing that. And so that's the time when the clinical side really comes into its own. I've realized that I haven't answered one of the questions from the last lot of questions, which was what types of academic questions are asked in the interviews. I think it varies between colleges. Here it's a series of scientific problems that you're asked to think through. to think through the answers to problems, and we tend to do it, in the clinical interview we do it around a scenario or problem that we've given you the pre-reading for. In the more sciencey interview, I think it's a set of standalone problems, and it's that they score the interview based on how you've done on each problem. So even if you've made a complete mess of one, it's still possible to do really well in all the others. So if you feel that one's gone really badly, don't worry, just move on and think of, have another opportunity. And they are deliberately difficult, so it would be abnormal if you didn't find it challenging and didn't find it difficult. So don't let that kind of knock your confidence. Question 12, I think. Is there a cut-off minimum number of GCSE A stars required to be shortlisted? Again, that's another question where I'm going to refer you to the admissions page for medicine, which hopefully Nuala will be able to post, which is, as I say, it's based on it's based on an algorithm, and so in summary answer, no, there isn't, because it's based on your school, and certainly we have applicants shortlisted who have got very few A stars and A's, and I can confidently say that having seen it previously. So no, that shouldn't put you off applying, but check the website for the details of the sort of minimum requirements for minimum admissions requirements for medicine. Fantastic. So a message to say, not quite got through all the questions, but we've got a medicine student, Alicia, on the student life questions and answers from 12:45 to 2 p.m. if visitors want to head there to keep asking their questions. So absolutely. So I'd really encourage you to apply. I don't know if hopefully Nuala posted the link to the website that I found with the work experience, the aspiring medics, aspiringmedics.co.uk, and thanks so much for joining me, and hopefully see you in December, and really do think about applying for medicine. Thanks, bye.
Okay, hello. I'm Graeme Smith. I am one of the physics tutors at Somerville College. I teach maths to the first years, electromagnetism and optics to the second years, and general relativity and atomic physics to the third years. I'm here to answer questions about doing Oxford physics, specifically at Somerville. So I will try and answer as many questions as I can in the next half an hour. The first one I've got here is, what is Oxford looking for from prospective applicants for physics? Let's see, willingness to work hard, probably most important. Good mathematical skills, and in particular being able to think about how you take a physical problem, turn it into a mathematical problem, solve it, and then interpret the answer in a physical manner. Yeah. Ability to sort of make connections between things which are maybe not at first sight related, and yeah, we're looking for people who we think will sort of benefit from the way in which we teach, the sort of the one-to-one tutorial approach. So that's part of what the interview process is for. So at admissions, when we are interviewing people, it's to a certain extent like a tutorial. So hopefully at that stage we get a bit of an idea of whether people will be able to make good use of our teaching methods. I think that's reasonable. Another question: what factors make a good personal statement? Hard to say, really. The personal statement sort of provides context for us. It lets us sort of see the person a bit in the in terms of their background, in terms of their sort of interests. It's not really sort of used in a quantitative way in judging people. So the way that the admissions process works is that candidates are ranked based on their performance in the PAT and their performance in interviews. And when we've got GCSE scores, then a sort of a measure of their performance at GCSE, and then the choice of who to offer places to is based to an extent, or to quite a large extent, on that ranking system. What the personal statement does is it provides context. You could include things like specific interests or specific problems. If you have had your studies interrupted or something like that, then mention it there. But it's a way for us to add context to the more quantitative measures of people's sort of performance. How do virtual interviews take place? How will they work for physics? Working out equations and stuff. Okay, fair enough. So we did this last year, and it worked way better than I expected. So we had a sort of a Teams Zoom sort of thing where we could speak to the candidate. So there would be two tutors. We were each, in our dining rooms or bedrooms or whatever. There was a student at the other end. We could all see each other and all talk to each other. And we also had a virtual whiteboard on which all three of us could write. So, using styluses on iPads, that sort of thing. And so it worked nearly as well as being sat around a table with a bit of paper that we could all write on. You know, you lose a little bit of bandwidth, but in general, I thought it was good. I assume that pretty much the same system will be in place this year. You know, it could even be better given all of the experience we've had in the last year or so. What would you recommend to prepare yourself for interviews, like in terms of practice? That's quite a hard one. I don't know. Try explaining your way through problems, sort of in person to someone. You know, you'll have something to write with and work through a problem, and the tutors will sort of try and guide you through the problem, but being able to sort of work and explain what you're doing at the same time is quite a useful skill. It's something you have to do as a tutor, but that would certainly help, and it's probably not something you do every day. So maybe sort of try and talk your way through a solution to someone with you know, some physical mathematical problem. What are you looking forward to? Interviews? What most impresses you during an interview? Okay. What we're looking for as much as anything else in an interview is sort of flexibility. So we don't expect everyone to know the answers right off. You know, the questions that we ask are supposed to be difficult. So we expect to have to work through them with the candidate. Now, it's brilliant if someone can sort of see what they're doing immediately and sort of work their way through with no problems. You know, that person comes along once every couple of years. Most people will get stuck at some point. And so being able to sort of at that point change tack, try looking at the problem in a different way, particularly if you know, one of the interviewers says, well, have you thought about it this way? Could you consider doing that? A sort of a willingness and a quickness to adapt and respond in a sort of a fairly almost collaborative way in the midst of the interview is really that's the mark of a good interviewee. What exactly is the PAT? The PAT, I think it stands for Physics Aptitude Test. It's a 2-hour paper which everyone who applies will sit in November, probably, I guess. I think the 3rd of November is stuck in my head as this year's date. That might not be quite right, but it'll be up on the physics website. This forms the first cut, basically. So last year, I think we had 1,800 people apply, but we only have 200 places. And we can't interview 1,800 people. So our first cut is the PAT score. And the paper is sort of nominally half physics and half maths, but in contrast to a few years ago, all those questions have been sort of jumbled together. So you don't do a maths section and a physics section, you just do questions. And some of them are more physicsy and some of them are more mathsy. There's 24 marks worth of multiple choice questions. You have a choice of 5 answers for each one, and then the rest of the marks are in questions which sort of vary in worth between 3 or 4 marks and 9 or 10 marks. So some of them are sort of longer and more involved than others. There are plenty of past papers up on the physics website, and also importantly the syllabus. Please go and look at the syllabus, because it may well have things on it that you won't have covered at A level at the point that you would take the PAT. So please check that. And what was I going to say? Yes, and solutions. There are I think there are a couple of sets of official solutions. There's another set of sort of unofficial solutions. And if you search around the internet, then you will find plenty of unofficial solutions floating around. Yeah, and it forms the, like I say, the first cut comes on performing above a certain level in the PAT. Now that level is effectively chosen to give us a certain number of candidates to interview, and it's also not a hard boundary. So there is some flexibility in the boundary depending on people's sort of background. So there's a sort of an algorithmic approach to choosing where to set the cutoff point. And if you're interested in the details of that, then there's some of it in if you go to the physics website and look at the PAT section, there's always a report on last year's admissions process. And if you look at last year's, it's got quite a good explanation of how well you would have to do in the PAT to get invited to the interview, how well you might have to do then sort of thereon. And there's some discussion of the sort of modification of the boundaries given people's background. How important is the PAT in the overall admissions process? How much does it count for? It's worth very roughly half of the sort of total score. He says very roughly. It used to be precisely that. It's not quite that anymore. It's a little bit more complicated now, but it's approximately half of the sort of total score on which we compare all candidates. So like I say, it forms the first sort of hurdle that you have to get over to be interviewed. That cuts it down to about 500 people. We try and interview about 2.5 people per place. But the PAT score is carried through in sort of the score. So after people have been interviewed, their interview scores are summed with their PAT scores in certain proportions, and that forms the basis of the ranking on which we judge everyone across the department. And so, although the college is the one that chooses the people to admit, we interview as a department. And we try and arrange it. We try very hard to arrange it that chances of getting in do not depend on which college you apply to. How can I best prepare for the PAT? Go and look at the past papers, try them, and like I say, make sure you read the syllabus carefully and sort of brush up on things that you might not have so far covered. What topics are taught in the first year, and do optional topics differ between colleges? The second part of that, no, optional topics don't differ between colleges. The sort of short options in the early years are sort of lecture-based courses only. There's no tutorial teaching in college for those. And they are just department-wide options. But what topics are taught in the first year? Okay, so you've got 4 sort of main papers, and then a short optional paper, plus practical work. The 4 main papers, 2 of them are mostly maths. Those are the ones that I teach in the first year, and that maths would be sort of calculus, linear algebra, which is sort of vectors, matrices in the sort of stuff you've been doing. Complex numbers, differential equations, vector calculus, multiple integrals, and then we start to drift into more physical sort of subjects, so normal modes and wave motion. So that's most of what's on 2 of the papers. The other 2 papers are mechanics and special relativity and electromagnetism, including some sort of circuit theory sort of stuff. I think that's everything from the first year. Do I need further maths to study physics? No, you don't, but it is it would be an advantage. So my experience is that people who have done further maths find the first year easier, but by the time you get to the second year, everyone is more or less on the same footing. So you can still see a little bit of sort of residual double maths, single maths split through most of the first year, but by the time you come to the second year, you can't really tell whether people did single maths or double maths. They're almost certainly not having further maths will make it feel more difficult, both at admissions and were you accepted in the first year. But we do try to compensate at admissions. We understand, because we've been doing this for a long time, we've got a lot of statistical data, and we understand how how much higher the PAT mark might be for someone doing further maths than someone not doing further maths, for example. And we can use that to make judgments about the sort of relative performance of people who have done the 1 maths A level and the 2 maths A levels. So don't be put off if you've not got further maths. But to everyone who's doing further maths, excellent, good for you. I survived. I did single maths way back in the early 90s, and survived the physics course here. So it certainly can be done. How many topics can we choose between the years? So in general, as you go later in the course, the sort of choice becomes broader. So in the first year, really the only optional bit is the short option paper that's studied in the summer of the first year. And there's a relatively short list of things you can choose from. There's some sort of quantum mechanics. There's a maths paper that's functions of a complex variable. And I think there's still an astronomy one. In the second and third years, you still get those short options. In the second year, again, that's largely the main sort of bit of choice that you've got. In the third year, however, you have to choose, depending on whether you're doing the 3-year course or the 4-year course, you choose a certain number of papers, of the sort of the big papers, the B papers, where those would be 2 of them are compulsory, but the others you can choose. So the third year is probably more than half optional already. And then in the 4th year, if you're doing the 4-year course, it's entirely optional. All of the main work is, there are sort of 2 main big papers, C papers, both of which you've got free choice over. and a project for which you sort of apply for several, and hopefully you get your first or your second choice. So there's as the course goes on, it becomes much more open in terms of what you can choose to do. Okay, what are your favourite? I'm going to skip the interview one because I feel like I've talked about interviews quite a bit. But the next question: how many physics tutors and physics students are here at Somerville College? That's quite a nice one. So there are 3 of us sort of permanently teaching at the moment. Myself and Vivian Parmentier and Pratik Agrawal. And between us, we'll do most of the undergraduate teaching, certainly in the first 3 years. The 4th year is largely taught by the department. And we have a few other tutors either attached to the college or that we sort of get in from outside to deal with things that we have not got the expertise all the time to sort of do. So generally the amount of teaching required through the course is a little bit more than we are paid for, basically. So there will be other people doing a bit of the teaching as well. In terms of students, we normally admit 6 or 7 each year. And so that means at the moment, I think we've got 7 in the first year, 7 in the second year, and 8 for, complicated historical reasons 8 in the second year, 7 in the third year. And so, multiply that by 3 or 4 roughly, and you get the total number of physics students. Do all tutorials happen in the college you choose, or do all second years go to you for right? No, sorry. Yes, not all second years across the department come to me for electromagnetism and optics. That's just ours. So typically tutorial teaching is done within the college. So almost all of your normal sort of tutorials would be done by the tutors in your own college until, like I say, the 4th year. I was going to say something else then, and it's completely slipped my mind. Sorry. If it comes back to me, I'll let you know. Next one. How much physics do you do in joint degree course like physics and maths? I don't think physics and maths is available as a joint school. Physics and philosophy is generally available at some colleges, but not at Somerville at the moment. We do have the M-Math Phys, which is maybe what you're thinking of, which is where in the 4th year students can choose, instead of doing the normal M-Phys 4-year physics course, they can go on to a sort of more theoretical course, which is taught jointly by the maths and physics departments. That's something that a few of our students have done and seem to have really quite enjoyed it. But you have to be feeling pretty sharp to want to do that one. But yeah, if you were thinking of doing physics and philosophy, like I say, we don't offer it at the moment, but other colleges would, then it would be roughly half and half physics and philosophy. And it's quite a tough course because you end up doing a lot of work. You do slightly more than half of the physics course, plus you're doing as much philosophy as well. So the workload probably is heavier than for straight physics. Are there opportunities for a placement year in industry? That I don't want to say no, but it's unlikely, I think. But there are, there's no sort of formal option to do that. But there are plenty of sort of summer placement, sort of various other things which last between a month and I don't know, 10 weeks or something like that. So a lot of our students will go off to work at labs here and there during the summers of particularly the second and the third year. So there are options to go and do other stuff in a sort of an experimental and theoretical context, but not really a sort of a whole year somewhere else. I've just got a message from my moderator to flag up that we will have a physics student on the Student Life Q&A chat from 3:15 to 4 p.m. if anyone listening wants to ask them more about the student experience, of course. So hopefully they will. Yeah, it's Kieran. So hopefully he will back up everything I've said and tell you that everything's great here. Fingers crossed. I'm going to try and pick up one last question here. Is physics taught in colleges or in the university as a whole? So lectures are done in the department. So to a whole year sort of cohort, whereas tutorial teaching, the face-to-face bit, is done within colleges. Do you choose whether to do a 4-year course before your application or later on during the course? Right, okay, yeah. And this is going to be the last question. You can, in principle, choose either the 3 or the 4-year course before you start. Most people do sign on for the 4-year course. Yeah, I just got a message here from Steve Rayner. The practical work is also in the department. Yeah, yeah. Most people sign on for the 4-year course and will sort of carry that through to the end. But there is like an escape route onto the 3-year course. So if during the process of the degree, someone decides that they would rather sort of finish at the end of the 3rd year for whatever reason, and there are plenty of entirely sensible ones, then they can graduate with a BA instead of an MPhys. And it's usually better to think of it in those terms than to sort of think of applying for either the BA or the MPhys up front. So just apply for the MPhys. If you later on decide that you only want to do 3 years, take the BA escape route. And I guess I will probably stop there. I hope some of that was helpful. Yep, and that's it. Bye-bye.
Hello. Welcome to anyone who has joined us. My name is Quentin Miller. I'm the computation lecturer and tutor at Somerville College. I'm expecting some questions about studying computer science, about Somerville. And here's a question. So someone has asked, how many computer science places does Somerville have? There isn't an exact number of places. We typically take about 3 students every year in computer science and 2 in the joint honours program, mathematics and computer science. That isn't those aren't strict numbers. It depends on the applicants we have in a particular year. So it might be 4 and 1, it might be 4 and 2, depending. How far is the college from the building where most of this course is taught? Not very far. Less than 5 minutes by foot. And if you're doing a joint degree with mathematics, we're right next door, in fact, the Maths Institute, so all very convenient. What is the average week like for a CS student? It's great because you're doing computer science all the time. A typical week is 1 or 2 lectures in the morning, every morning. I suppose on average just 1 lecture every morning, sometimes 2. Lunch in college or anywhere else you choose to have it. And then usually 1 tutorial in the afternoon. So there are tutorials, a different tutorial for each subject that you're learning. And of course the terms at Oxford are very very compressed. They're very short. So there's a lot of work to be done as well as during the tutorials and the lectures. So typical week follows a typical day, which would be 1 or 2 lectures in the morning, tutorial in the afternoon, and a few additional hours in that day doing work on your own on the various topics. Someone has asked, what makes Somerville a good college to study computer science? Well, of course, there's the proximity to the department. That's always good. Somerville is one of a number of colleges where we try and give extra tuition within the college to our upper year students. So in the first couple of years, all of the tutorial teaching happens in colleges, in whichever college you've gone to. In the particularly in the 3rd year, when you're doing entirely optional subjects that you've chosen, things that interest you. Those are mostly taught in the department, but different colleges have different proportions of how much teaching in the 3rd year will be done in the college or in some sort of teaching sharing arrangement with another college on how much in the department. So one of the things about Somerville is that we try and do as much 3rd year teaching of these more advanced options in college tutorials rather than in the department, if that's what you prefer. Do I need further math to study computer science? You do not. However, we assume, to be a computer scientist, you really need to be a good mathematician, and we assume that you will have done all the math that has been available to you. So it's unusual for an applicant not to have done further maths. Most of them have. But if that option isn't available to you, that's still okay. But again, when we look at your application, we are looking for good mathematicians because those are the ones who make good computer scientists, and we expect you to do as much maths as you possibly can have done. And the next question, I guess, follows on from that a bit. What are you looking for in an applicant for personal statement and at an interview? Okay, I'll address both those questions separately. Personal statement really needs to be, as the name suggests, personal. It's about you. So the information we've got on you as an applicant is, first of all, we've probably got your GCSE results, or equivalent qualifications. We've got some predicted A-level results, and by the time you actually come here, you will have your actual A-levels, or again, equivalent qualifications. And you will have sat the MAT, the maths admissions test, which we issue to all our applicants. So from all of that, we've seen how you can deal with problems. We've seen your basic mathematical ability, and we've decided that it's good enough for us. But there's just maths questions, and either you've got them right or you haven't, and presumably you have got them essentially right, mostly right, if we're now asking you to an interview. So a personal statement is now about things that aren't on any exams. It's about you and what interests you about computer science. So don't tell us anything about the subject of computer science, because we know all about it. Don't tell us computers are important, things like that. Surprising how many people do, but we already know that. What we don't know is about you, about your relation to this subject, why it's interesting. Tell us about some projects you've done on your own, or projects that your school has set for you. What have you done with computers, with computer science? Extra reading you've done on your own, things that have interested you? Yeah, tell us about your relation to the subject. That's what personal statements are all about. As for the interview, again, we're not just going to be asking you more questions on computer science and we're looking for the right answer, because we've already got a lot of that from your admissions test and so on. So the admissions interview is more about looking at more intricate, more difficult questions that you can't just, do some calculations, come up with the answer. That'll involve some experimenting, some trying things that work, don't work, discussion of what you might try. They are meant to be as much as possible like an actual tutorial, where we discuss problems in detail rather than just, okay, here's the problem, here's how you solve it, we're done. So what we're looking for in an interview is someone who can do more than just do a calculation and solve the problem, but who can think about questions in maths and computer science and experiment a lot, try this, try that, know when a certain thing isn't going, and take some hints that we may give, try something else. If you look on the web page, you will find two very important things. You'll find, first of all, lots of past MAT papers. So have a look at those, try some of those, so you'll get an idea of the sort of things that appear on those papers. And on the Oxford website in general, you'll find various mock interviews to see what sort of thing goes on in an interview. They're not all about our subject, but they're all, even if they're, if they're for admissions in biology or history or any subject at all, because this is a tutorial university where the real core part of the learning is in these small tutorial groups where we're discussing problems. We're all looking for the same thing, which is okay, we've seen you can answer questions, give the right answer, but we want to see, in all subjects, we want to see, how you deal with questions that you can't get right away. And it's about getting a sense of you talking about your chosen subject and working with your chosen subject with another person. Someone has asked, how much weight do you give GCSE grades when shortlisting candidates, especially given the disruption to schooling and grades due to the pandemic? That's a very good question. So certainly we will be more, we will take into account the fact that GCSE grades are going to be less reflective of, less representative of people's general ability than they would in an ordinary year. So, I mean, we don't give a great deal of weight to GCSE grades ordinarily. I mean, that they have to be, they have to be good, clearly. It's the MAT exam, which is probably the single most important factor in shortlisting. But that's, we don't just say, okay, here are the people who did the best in that exam, we'll shortlist them and not anyone else. Certainly, if you've done very well in the MAT, in our admissions exam, yeah, we would like to shortlist you. If you've done very poorly, then we won't, because that means you haven't got, the basic foundational abilities that allowed you to work with this very advanced course. But there's a wide area in the middle where we go through every application. When we look at the personal statements, we look at GCSE marks, we look at all the information that we have available, and try and shortlist anyone whom we feel we've got some information that shows that they might benefit from being part of this very advanced but very exciting course. What sort of careers can you go into with a computer science degree? Quite a few different careers. With a computer science degree, you will have had a lot of technical experience programming. So, there are lots of programming and software engineering positions in all sorts of fields. There are very few fields nowadays that don't involve programming at some level. So, of course, there are all of those. Some people go into, just having had, 3 or 4 years experience of studying a scientific discipline at this advanced level, allows people then to veer off into, they might find themselves working in a physics department, doing some work for them, and, veering generally off into that direction. So, all sorts of careers in industry, in academia, and academia not necessarily just staying on with computer science, perhaps studying for a further degree, for a standalone master's degree or a doctorate, but going into other areas from there. Can you recommend any supercurricular activities I could do for my personal statement? If you're really interested in computer science, there should be no shortage of, things you can do. There's so many online, quizzes and puzzles and programming challenges and things. There's no shortage of stuff to keep yourself amused and stretched and challenged in this field, in computer science, and also just in maths, because the better mathematician you are, the better computer scientist you'll be. For your personal statement, don't do this for a personal statement. Do this for the fact that, I hope that if you're applying for computer science at Oxford, you really love doing stuff to do with computers. So this should be what you want to be doing anyway. And then, by all means, put it in your personal statement. Someone asks, for the online interview, if one wants to do a joint subject, such as mathematics and computer science, do we set 2 different interviews? Yes, you do. So everyone who applies to Oxford and is shortlisted, that is to say called for interviews, will do at least 2 interviews, and very often 3. So some colleges will do 1 interview with a panel of interviewers, and it's a longer interview. I think most colleges, including Somerville, do 2 shorter interviews. So if you were applying for a single subject, then they'd be both in this subject. And also you are then automatically assigned another college where they will also give you an interview. So you'll have a minimum of 2, usually 3 interviews, typically rather short. They tend to be, 20, 25, 20 to 30 minutes, basically. And those, they are very short. But you will have, if they're towards the 20-minute end, it's because you'll be having 3 of them. So we've got at least an hour's worth of talking with you, but in 3 different settings, because then we get 3 different views of what you're all about, what you're like as a computer scientist, and 3 different questions. Sometimes just how it is. You're looking at a particular problem, and even though you're really good at this sort of thing, just that particular problem you just didn't make any headway with it. Well, if it's only one of 3, then we understand that this is what happens, and so if you have 2 good interviews and 1 not so good, then we'll assume that that's what happened. So we think this is better than having just 1 big long interview and then it's all or nothing. So I've strayed a bit from the actual question, which is, if you apply for a joint subject, do you sit 2 different interviews? Yes. So the 2 interviews at Somerville, if you applied for maths and computer science, you'll have a maths interview and a computer science interview. And then at the other college, it will be one or the other, or perhaps they might combine them into one interview at your other college. What are the Somerville CS tutors' research areas, and what effect does this have on Somerville CS students' learning? Okay, my research area has been mostly in computer languages and the design and implementation and analysis of these languages, particularly as they relate to parallel processing. But what effect does this have on Somerville CS students' learning? Really none, because in the first couple of years, certainly, the subjects are all foundational material, which all computer scientists know. So, I teach almost all the first couple of years material, and whatever college you go to, whatever the specialist of the tutor or tutors there, whatever their specialisms are, they'll have a very firm grounding in all the basic material. So they'll be perfectly well qualified to teach you all that stuff. Once you get into perhaps more niche areas in your chosen options in upper years, either those are taught in the department by specialists in those fields, or again, if we're as I said earlier, Somerville shares around some of its upper year teaching with other colleges, and part of the reason for this is so that we can concentrate on our own specialities. So if you wanted to do there's a course called Principles of Programming Languages, I'll be teaching that, even though it's an upper year option. If you wanted to do one in machine learning, you'd be going to a colleague at another college who is a specialist in that. So in terms of college choice, it really makes no difference for an undergraduate degree. What is the workload like? Is there support available for students if they start struggling with workload or health issues? Okay, the first part of the question, what is the workload like? It's pretty intense. It's not we reckon that students will be spending about 8 hours a day on work. That is, combined lectures and tutorials and working on your own. I say on your own, this can also be collaborative. We hope that students work collaboratively as much as possible, because that's how research is done in the real world. But yeah, it's a full day's work every day. And I mean, that's just a broad average. Sometimes it gets really intense, sometimes less so. These are very short terms that we have at Oxford, so everything is very compressed. There's a lot of work to be done. Is there support available for students if they start struggling with the workload? Absolutely. Or health issues? Absolutely. in a sense, we have not a lot of not a lot of leeway in the pace that we can set, because the students that we're taking are ones who generally, they don't want to stop doing this. They you could go to bed and get some more sleep, or you could read yet another chapter of this really interesting book on computer science, and they'll choose the latter. So being surrounded by people like this, by students like this, and having to keep up with the pace that they're setting, it's important that people are all equally wrapped up in the excitement of all this. But people do. I mean, that's part of what's exciting about Oxford, is because it's all students like this. Everyone gets caught up in the buzz of it, and they do manage what from the outside looks like a very intense workload. But people do struggle from time to time. Everyone struggles from time to time, and we recognize everyone will struggle from time to time, which is why we're always prepared to give extra academic help from your tutors who because whatever college you apply to, you'll be one of typically 4 students in your year group, all working with that tutor. So we know you very well, and we're happy to give you lots of extra attention if needed, and lots of health and welfare help is available as well at all times. Is there any option to switch from maths and computer science to just computer science, or vice versa during a degree? Yes. It will require some extra work. It can be done. Sometimes students do that. So if you go from maths and computer science to just computer science, that's really not too difficult, because you'll have had, in your first year, you'll have had pretty much everything you'll need to be able to carry on with the computer science degree. I mean, really the only difference in the upper years between these two courses is how much specializing you're doing. So if you'd started with a maths and computer science degree, you would only switch to computer science if you really wanted to focus on a lot of different areas in computer science in the upper year. You have quite a bit of leeway if you're in the joint honours. You can do, a quarter one and 3/4 the other, or the other way around, or half and half. You split it however you want. So it's only if you really wanted to go 100% in the computer science degree that you would actually need to change. But if you did want to change, it's doable. It usually involves, the only place where it's really viable is at the end of your first year. But by then you've got a good idea of whether you want to make this switch. But then we ask you to do some extra work over the summer just to make sure that you're up to date on any of the first year courses in single honours computer science that you might have missed by being in joint honours, because of course you can't do everything in both courses. Vice versa, just computer science to maths and computer science. No, that's probably not possible, because it would be very hard to pick up all the additional first year maths, because you wouldn't have been doing any of the first year maths courses. So I don't know of any students who have done that. I don't think that would be possible. How can I prepare for the MAT? What exactly is it testing? Someone has asked. If you go on the website about applications for computer science, you will find many past years. In fact, I think all of the past years of MAT have been put on the website. And there are also model answers for many of those, or at least some of those have model answers to give you an idea of the sort of thing we're looking for. So the best preparation is just go through those and go through them. Try to recreate exam settings. So without having looked at an exam, one of these beforehand, give yourself 3 hours uninterrupted to do it. See what it's like. What is your favorite part of thing about the course? About the course, well, there's computer science. About the fact that it's computer science at Oxford, what brought me to Oxford in the 1980s, I've been here ever since, is the focus that Oxford has on computer science, which is as an engineering discipline. So it's not just about programming, it's about very much as conventional engineers who construct things in the real world use maths in order to reason about the things that they're going to construct. We use maths and logic to reason about the programs that we're going to construct, rather than just try and put together a program, see why it doesn't work, and just keep debugging at it until it seems to work. That's not good engineering discipline. So the focus of Oxford has very much been, from the beginning, treating it as just as the same approach we take to conventional engineering in the physical world, which is why, as I keep saying, good maths is really important for a computer scientist. So that's what I really like about Oxford and its approach to computer science. And then just about Oxford generally, it's the fact that it's a tutorial university. I really like working in this tutorial setting. Not just standing at the front of a big lecture hall talking to students, but really engaging on problems that that frankly I am finding difficult as much as the students, when we work through the problems together. Which programming languages would be beneficial to learn before you start the course? Absolutely anything. I'd say the more languages, well, I'd say don't focus on just one or two languages. I say, there are a lot of languages out there. Take a lot of different approaches to how they do things, and look around, play with different ones, and especially if some that seem unusual or unconventional catch your interest, then try and learn them. I'm going to give an evasive answer to this because, well, it's not an evasive answer. Which programming languages would be beneficial? None in particular would be any more beneficial than any others. I mean, we don't teach programming languages at Oxford. We teach the principles of programming and of software engineering. And by the time you finished our course, you will have learned a lot of languages. You'll have taught yourself these languages. What we teach is the engineering principles that allow you to use these languages. So teach yourself a range of languages, a range of different languages. So, some are geared more towards solving mathematical problems. Some are geared more towards, things like creating text reports, things like that. Learn a range of languages. That's always really good. Any particular books, sources for getting exposed to logic type of questions? Off the top of my head, I can't think of anything, but if you go on on our website, the computer science department website, you'll see interesting lists, or lists of interesting books. And I've been told that's the end of the time. So thank you for joining me. Bye-bye.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to this session, which is on the biochemistry course. I'd be really happy to answer any questions you have, so please keep posting them, and I can see them on the chat window. You cannot, but I will be reading those out that I will be answering. My name is Elena Seiradake, and I'm the tutor for biochemistry at Somerville College, and I would be teaching you if you come to study biochemistry with us. So we have a number of questions already. I might just start with them straight away. So one question is, what is the difference between the biochemistry course and taking straight biology or chemistry, and how would you recommend choosing between them? That's a really good question. I can imagine that's difficult to choose, isn't it? So biochemistry focuses on the cell as a unit. It focuses on the molecules that make a cell work. So you'll be learning a lot about proteins and nucleic acids and other kinds of molecules that work together to allow a cell to function. There are obviously different kinds of cells, so we're also taking that into account. I think that's probably really how you can think about this course. So it's about molecules, and it reaches into biology, so it's about cell biology as well. But we're not going to be just learning about animals, for example, and things like zoology, for example. And chemistry is obviously much more focused on molecules. So it lies somewhere in between. If you're interested in both, you might be interested in biochemistry. I would really recommend that you look at the departmental webpage as well and read the description of the course on the web pages, and perhaps have a look at the kind of research that goes on in the department. So that'll give you a good idea of what biochemistry means for us. So there are more questions here. Okay, how much lab time does the course involve? What are the practicals like? And interestingly, there's another question which says, what opportunities are there for doing my own research later on in the course? Yeah, so that's obviously good questions as well. We have quite a lot of practicals. So in years 1 to 3, you do practicals in group settings. We start right in year 1, you get lots of practicals, learning different basic techniques. The most interesting part in terms of practical work is the 4th year. So you get the opportunity to spend many weeks in a lab to do your own research project. You can choose which lab you would like to work in to a large extent. So students typically go around and talk to the group leaders in the department and also outside the department to see what kind of projects they could be doing in their final year. Now, how many weeks that is has varied because of COVID this year. So it was going to be 23 weeks and it had to be cut short to, I think it was 16 weeks in the end, I think. But I hope that next year we can go back to the full amount of time for the practical work in the 4th year. So that's a really fantastic opportunity because there are many really good research labs at the department and in Oxford in general. And most students get to work in the lab of their choice. Obviously not, sometimes too many students want to go into one lab and then, you can offer second and third choices in case one lab is too busy. Yeah, so that is really a nice way of doing practicals. So how much maths do you need for the biochemistry degree? So I would recommend that for admissions, you should go and look at the admission guidelines on the webpage. Maths is really recommended. You need it in particular in the 1st year. So yeah, having A-level maths is really useful. What makes Somerville a good college to study biochemistry? Is there any difference between colleges when studying the course? Yeah, that's a good question. Somerville has many advantages, I would say. So first of all, it's really close to the department. So, you can quickly get back and forth between lectures, and you're close to the lab. So that's really useful. It's, I would say, 10-minute walk away. Not all colleges are so close by. We have a tradition of having great biochemistry at Somerville, starting with the famous alumna Dorothy Hodgkin, who got the Nobel Prize for her work as a crystallographer. So she was one of the pioneers in protein crystallography, and she was at Somerville. So, we still have that heritage at the college and celebrate it. So it is really a great college for biochemistry, I would say. Let's see, what else have we got here? What are the tutorials like? Oh, the tutorials, they're usually really fun. We do them in very small groups. So depending on each year we only take about 4 or 5 students. That's typical for colleges to take about that amount of students. So tutorials will be either all together for 4 or 5 students, but more often we split those groups up and make them even smaller. So you might be in groups of 2, especially in the first year. That's really nice if you can have that close contact with your tutor. You usually get some work set. So we'll give you an essay topic that you would go and do your research on, and then write an essay, and then discuss that research, the essay as well as the research associated to it in the tutorial. And that can be really fun. It's a really good opportunity to talk about science and ask questions, and it's very informal. So it's really nice, actually. I think that's the tutorial system is probably the best about Oxford. Okay, can you give some examples of the final year projects students have done? Oh gosh, yeah, there's so many of them. Oh, where to start, really? It's really diverse because our department is so diverse. So we have very strong structural biology groups. My own lab is focused on doing structural and cell biology of cell guidance receptors. These are proteins which help cells navigate when they migrate, for example. So structural biology might be one area. Then we've got excellent cell biologists and microscopists at the department. So it's a huge variety. People work with eukaryotic cells, bacterial cells. Actually, it's really wide. I would say have a look at the webpage and look at the research groups that are at the department. Those are good examples for research areas you could go into in your final year. But obviously, some people prefer to go outside the department for their final year project, and there's, Oxford has so much research. It's just, almost endless options. So, how many tutorials and other contact hours do students have a week? Okay, that's a good question. So I'm going to talk mostly about tutorials because that's what the college open day is for. And if you have specific questions about the departmental part of the course, the best is to go to the departmental open day as well and get the latest numbers from them. So at Somerville, we usually have about between 1 and 3 hours of tutorial per week in term time. As I said, so that would be the tutorial time, but I just added to that many lectures and practicals that the department organize. I think this question, okay, how was lab work handled during COVID lockdowns? Oh, thanks for that question. Well, we've all had a really difficult year, obviously, not just at Oxford, but worldwide. So we had to shut our lab down for 2 months during the first wave. And then the labs were able to reopen under strict social distancing rules so that we could keep everyone really safe. The good thing was that this way we managed to establish a safe way of working before our fourth year biochemists had to come into the lab for their final year projects, which is why we were able to offer practical work despite COVID. Yeah, it was a huge effort for everyone to make that possible, but our students are our priority, and so we made sure that those who had chosen a wet lab project could come in and do their wet lab work on site and get the training that they needed. We did have to cut the number of weeks, unfortunately, by a few weeks, but everyone still managed to do their project. So yeah, we have we currently work at about 50% occupancy, so fewer people in a given space to allow for the necessary social distancing. Obviously, next year this might change with the vaccinations ongoing, and we hope that from next year these restrictions will be lifted. What is the workload like? Is it manageable? Oh, that's a good question. Well, the workload kind of depends on each person, how much they want to do and how much you want to put into it. Obviously, if you work really, really hard, you're going to get more out of the course than if you don't. Unlike school, university doesn't check as much how much you do work, but you will want to do well in exams. We do support students in keeping up their work ethic throughout the term by these tutorials. So because we are able to, chat every week, you're encouraged to do work for the tutorials, for example, on a weekly basis. So that helps them with motivation. I would say workload is probably fairly high in the years where exams are happening. But even though people work really hard, I think there's a lot of time to take advantage of other opportunities as well. So the biochemists at Somerville typically are engaging in lots of different activities that are extracurricular as well. So they have, there's so many hobbies you can do here, societies for almost any sport you can imagine. And people also engage in outreach and all sorts of social activities, arts. So there's always time for that as well. So I would say it's manageable, but it also depends on your own expectations and obviously how efficiently you're able to work. What are you looking for in applicants? Well, I would really suggest you go and look at the webpage because that's detailed on the webpage. We're looking for people who have the academic potential to do well here. So typically, you'll have a track record of having produced good grades previously. The exact grades expected are on the webpage. So please go have a look depending on where your school is. We also want you to be really motivated. So you need to love biochemistry to do well. I think you need to love it to work hard enough to do well. So we'd like someone who's really excited about the subject, and that's what we're looking for. So make sure that comes across in your letter if you apply. What are the admissions? Yeah, the admissions requirements. Please have a look on the webpage. I think that would be a bit of a waste of time if I just read you out what's on the webpage. How can I make my personal statement stand out? Oh gosh, well, as I said, it needs to be your personal statement. So I can't really tell you what makes you a good biochemist, but make sure that there's evidence for what you write. So if you say, I'm really enthusiastic about biochemistry, give some evidence, some facts. Why? What have you done that shows that you're really enthusiastic? So there are no admission tests at the moment. No, just the written application, and then we do the interviews. And what are the interviews like? So the interviews, they're usually quite, we try to make them as relaxed as possible. We'll be asking questions which try to probe whether you do well in the course. So we're looking for people who are able to not necessarily have lots of background knowledge, but what knowledge they have, or what knowledge we give you, any information we give you during the interview, that you're able to use it and come up with conclusions. So we ask a lot of questions that are probing how you think, and it sounds a bit scary, but it's usually pretty. We try to make it as relaxed as possible, and people will be on your side in the interview. So interviewers always want you to do as well as you can. So yeah, I think if you're good at problem solving, that's helpful. And if you have written anything in your personal statement, perhaps you've done some reading, or you have had some practical experience, be prepared to answer questions about that as well. Does biochemistry include much immunology? So immunology is part of the course, but it's not a main focus. So it's not, the only thing that you will learn. But there is immunology in the course as well. Yes. The practical immunology, no, I don't think currently any of the practicals are for immunology. But in your 4th year, so there's a lot of very, very good immunology research in Oxford, and you could always aim to do your 4th year practical in project in an immunology lab. What's your research specialty? Oh, thank you for asking that. That's always a nice question. I'm interested in looking at cell surface receptors. These are proteins that sit on the cell membrane, on the surface of cells, and the ones that I'm interested in are helping cells to communicate with each other. So usually they're called receptors, and they bind to other proteins called ligands. So by interacting, they can help the cell know, for example, where it is, whether it needs to move somewhere else, and whether it needs to connect to other cells. And that's really important in multicellular organisms. So imagine trying to build a brain, so complicated. There are billions of neurons, trillions of connections. It's incredibly complicated. And these special proteins help cells know where they are and form the right kind of connections. So that's the kind of proteins I'm interested in. And the methods that my lab use are structural biology methods, so protein crystallography and cryo-electron microscopy. We're looking at the shapes of these proteins, these molecules, and try to understand their function. And by understanding the function of these molecules, we can understand a lot about how the brain develops. So we then typically use that information in cell biology experiments, and we collaborate with a lot of neurobiologists who then ask questions about how the brain forms. What sort of careers do students tend to go to after they graduate from the course? That's a really good question. It's very, there's a lot of different career directions students go into, so it's actually really difficult to answer. Quite a large fraction do PhDs or DPhils afterwards, so those are the ones that will typically be interested in continuing in doing research, but others go and work in consulting or in the finance sector. So it's, with a science degree, you're really employable. So there's a whole number of different kind of jobs. I think one person recently went and did an art degree as a second degree, so in art, and wanted to combine science and arts and research communication. So it's just so much you can do with the science degree. How many biochemists do you take per year? I think I've already answered that earlier. So we take 4 and make one open offer. So sometimes we take 5 students. We'll offer to 5, and sometimes that extra student might end up going to another college. So between 4 and 5. What's your favorite thing about the course? Oh, what's my favorite thing about the course? See, that's a difficult question because I'm going to answer it from the point of view as a tutor, right? So my favorite thing about the course are the students. I think it's just fantastic people that come to Oxford. The student cohorts are so diverse, dynamic, they're so intelligent and so much fun to be around. So it's really nice to be teaching amazing people like that. That's the best for me, but from a student perspective, wouldn't know how to answer. I think also this being immersed in the Oxford community is really, really exciting. You'll meet lots of interesting people, not just biochemists, but from all sorts of different research areas. And obviously you've got access to really cutting edge science. There's some very, very good labs here in Oxford. And our students are our priority. So if you can do summer internships, you'd always be a priority applicant for those here in Oxford. And then for the 4th year project, you could choose a lab. So I think that's really good to have this great research that you can dip into. What's the biochemistry interview process like at Somerville? Well, it's pretty much the same as in other colleges in that we will ask you questions about things you've written in perhaps in your personal statement, and then questions that we have prepared. I should say the questions especially the prepared questions that we ask the same ones to all candidates so that we can compare and be as fair as possible in our admissions. Typically you'll have 2 interviews. So one at your first choice college, that might be Somerville, and then another college that you'll just get randomly allocated to. And that's again to make the interview process as fair as possible. So we can get, we discuss every student and make sure that we do the best possible selection and select those people who will, enjoy the course and do well here. How many applicants get shortlisted? Oh, that's a good question. I think we typically do around 30 interviews, of which 15 are for Somerville. A first choice Somerville, and then another 15 where we do the second interview. As I said, everyone gets 2 interviews. How much do you take GCSEs into account? What do I do if my GCSE grades weren't very strong due to missing schooling due to COVID? Yeah, I mean, we know that this has been a terrible year for everyone. So yeah, we will still have to take GCSEs into account, but they are contextualized. So we're looking at a lot of different factors, like what school, what you've written in your letter. So this is all contextualized. And the way the shortlisting works actually for biochemistry is that we have our most experienced people read all of the applications, not just for individual colleges, but all applications, and rank them. And they will look at these things, and they'll keep in mind that COVID will have caused many people to miss schooling, and that it's not going to be equal for different candidates. And then they will suggest candidates that should be invited for interview. And typically colleges will go along with those decisions. Can you do 3 years instead of 4? Well, you can do 3 years, but you get you don't get the a bachelor's in biochemistry. You get you get a degree, but it's not subject specific degree. So I would say if you're planning to apply, it would be for the whole 4 years. Also, the last year is really the best year because that's the practical. You can do a project in a lab, so it's really, really a lot of fun. Yeah, so it's really a 4-year course. How much support is there if you struggle with the workload or health issues? There's a huge amount of support, obviously, because we want our students to do as well as they can. So the college has trained staff to look after people's health. So if there's any problem, then there's designated people you can talk to, and that'll advise you how to get help. Well, yeah, with the workload, that's a very personal thing. So we do expect, you have to reach a certain level to get through exams and do well. So if that's too much work, then I think we'll help you as much as we can. But at the end, you'd have to do the work. There's a lot of support though. So in terms of advice, it's really good, but one does have to perform at the end. We can't give people a degree without having done any work. So are extenuating circumstances taken into consideration? I missed 2 years of schooling, so would this be worth mentioning? Yes, I would mention all this. Anything you put in there to help the assessors assess your application will be helpful. So yes, I mean, it'll probably apply to lots of people that they've missed out on schooling. So yeah. How much of Somerville students' learning is in Somerville and how much is in other colleges or the department? So it depends what you mean by learning. So we have a wonderful library, which unfortunately you can't visit, but you could have a look at the pictures. It's huge, and a lot of students like to use it to study there. So I would say, yeah, much of your revision would be done in college, either in your room or in that nice library. We have then the tutorials themselves are relatively short, so there's between 1 and 3 hours per week of tutorial contact time, as I said, in very small groups. And then the rest is all lectures and practicals at the department. So it's quite a lot going on at the department. Okay, so thank you very much, everyone. I hope you found this session helpful. Please have a look at the web pages as well if there's any questions, because there's a lot of information on the departmental web page and also on the Somerville web pages. It's been a pleasure, and I hope to see many of you in Somerville soon. Bye.